There you are, making a cool military VTuber debut, and then all of a sudden, you're a Nazi. You didn't ask for this. You didn't choose this. And yet there it is. And it's all fucking stupid. I had to do that at least once. It's a sneak peek of what's coming up in a moment. So stupid. Oh, it's so stupid. Okay. Okay. Hi. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Hey, Buttchuck, how you doing? So I actually did have an update on that. Since I'm on vacation, I'm gonna be devoting most of my weekend to finish the video, for sure. I can't promise that it's going to be out before I leave for SoCal, right? But that's the general idea, you know what I mean? Hey, Grizzly. 20 degrees Fahrenheit if all years... Oh, damn, that sucks, Squatchen. Yikes. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, but that's the general idea. Like I said, I can't make any promises because... Oh, you notice the Lego bust? You notice that? Oh, there's more to that. Hey, Dragon Knight, how you doing? Hold on, I'll show you more. Hang on. Hold on, let me move some of this. Okay. You see all that? We're Star Wars fans, can't you tell? Right? You see all that? Look at that. Isn't that cool as hell? As you can tell, we're clearly Star Wars fans. Or at least we're still recovering Star Wars fans. It not being out of not an update. Yeah, I know. It hasn't been easy. I know. I have the Clone Trooper and Black TIE Fighter helmet and Boba Fett. Nice. Nice, Squatchen. Very nice. That's not even counting what I have on my floor right now. Hang on. Let me show you guys. Give me a second. I found some of my dad's old comics. Like, we got a bunch of, like, old Spawn. Like, we got Spawn here. Cyberspace Zero, a bunch of other stuff. There's a whole pack down here, so... Yeah. My dad grew up on... Or at least I grew up vicariously through him on Spot. Letting this video upload to the YouTube. We'll have it scheduled for Wednesday, since being my plans for 2026. And shoutouts for channel. I enjoy hanging out. Thanks, Dragonborn. I appreciate that. Let's see. We're only 16 minutes in, yeah. Is Bad Batch in the Slop series automatically because Disney? I mean, I liked Bad Batch. I thought it was good. I haven't watched season 2 though, to be fair. I have not watched season 2. Granted. But I did like it. I did think it was a good time. So, yeah. Oh, Buttchug, thanks for subscribing. That name is ridiculous. That name is crazy. That's one of my favorite names. That's hilarious. Okay. So, how are you guys doing this morning? I decided to go live early because we got done taking care of the animals that I usually do every Saturday morning. We got done early. The WB shit, yes, dude, yeah. It's kind of crazy because if I remember correctly, the bidding war was between Netflix and Paramount. And if it were me personally, I honestly wanted neither of them to I'm yelling my ass off. Holy shit. Oh, you watching football? Nice. But yeah, I'm of the belief that I feel like neither should have gotten it because I'm of the belief that Warner Brothers should have dealt with the consequences of their actions, but that's just me, you know. That's kind of just me personally. I'm of the belief that Warner Brothers has fallen off for what feels like years now. So I feel as though that, like, if they were to go under, I would be not I wouldn't be sad, but I wouldn't be surprised, but because personally I did not want either Paramount or Netflix to take it, because my worry with Netflix is that they would just make everything streaming. That's my biggest concern. Whereas with Paramount, they could potentially screw it over, like cross stitching's how I'm doing. Nice. But Paramount, I'm afraid that, because people don't notice, but if I remember, Paramount don't. I forgot who owns CNN, but I think my best friend would know more than I do. But some of my close friends are worried about that if Paramount got it, that they would censor huge news networks. Lose-lose situation, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yeah, there's no good coming out of this whatsoever, in my opinion. No good to come out of it. CNN is Warner Brothers. I thought, okay, I knew it. I had a feeling I was somewhere in that spectrum. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I had a gut feeling. So, I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy. So, but yeah, when's the E33 video coming? I already talked about that earlier on stream, and I'm hoping at least I wanted to at the very least be done by the time I leave for SoCal, but that's never easy, content, or at least making edited videos has never been easy. But I am devoting more and more time. Actually, more recently, I've been getting back into editing, like I haven't. So that's another thing. CNN's already heavily censored, though. That could be fair. That's fair, I guess. I don't know. There's just weird. I'm just afraid of the complications. You know what I mean? You never know. So, but that's just me. So what have you guys been? I actually have been checking out the new. I checked out the new Elden Ring Night Rain DLC with Klutzy and Blast lately. And Blast knows full well I've been crashing out like crazy lately about it. Because, okay, but that is before I played more of it last night. So the last couple of days, I was worried that the DLC for Night Rain to me just felt genuinely unbalanced. It felt genuinely unbalanced for a time. We are just stupid with that. We were just stupid. Yep. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'll get to that. But basically, when I was playing it with Klutzy and Blast, we both, skill issue for real, it's not really a skill issue. It's more of a lack of understanding of the DLC, and we've only just played it what, 3 times before last night, at least. So what happened was, I decided after Salt Sugar did their video on it, I decided, why not? I'm gonna try again solo, because clearly I'm missing something. And so I did my solo run, and it was actually, quite frankly, the best run I've had of the DLC so far. And I think now that I'm playing more of it, it's starting to click with me more. You know what I mean? It's starting to, shocker, you had to play most of it to get more. You have to play more of it to get an understanding of it, right? But that's kind of my general thoughts on it, right? At least right now. I'm gonna play more of it to be sure. I did fight what's her face? Bequeathed Harmonia. Awesome boss. I think that's one of the cool. Got my chicken well shredded chicken sandwich. Nice. Nice. Now you're making me hungry, damn you. But I don't know. Night Rain is, the hate towards that game is ridiculous. Even with the DLC, the hate towards it is just absurd. I don't understand it. Then we played as a group, and it was the best run we had in the totality of playing the DLC, even though we didn't have the wheel. Yeah, we didn't have the wheel, actually. Yeah, that's true. I think it's just, the more that we play it, obviously, the more that we're gonna understand it. I think that's our biggest crux, and that's something that I'm trying to remember that, because I almost thought of knocking it down a couple of places on the list of games of 2025. that I have planned. But honestly, I think I also need to get used to Scholar as well. Does Klutzy play the Undertaker? Oh, yes. Both Klutzy and Blast have been doing the double Undertaker strat. It's hilarious. I don't have Night Rain, so I can't say yay or nay, since it really didn't appeal to me. However, those enjoy it awesome. Yeah, it's great. I love it. If it's an experiment of what's to come, I'm very excited for the future. For sure. I'm very excited. I also, since I was gifted a lot of games from good friends of mine, I also recently started playing Cyberpunk. And I'm about 5 hours in so far, so not crazy amount of hours, but I'm interested. I'm probably gonna play more of it in my downtime. If Spec, Klutzy, and Blast, of course, there will be skill. See, you know what's funny? Most of the skill issues come from Blast. Every time. You loved Cyberpunk? Nice. Yeah, most of them come from Blast because Blast is the one out of all of us that has never played a Souls game before. It has never he's never played a Souls game before. So well, aside from maybe Sekiro, I think. Even at launch, I was locked in. Fair enough. Peak Cyberpunk's really good. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's gotten a lot better over the years, but I just never had the time. Nor like like I had it on Xbox for a certain amount of time, but I just never got the chance to play it, you know? So, Monoko is the coolest foot fetish dude. LOL. That's funny. I actually, you know what's funny? I actually do have a joke surrounding that in my Expedition 33 video that I finally was able to edit. Yeah, I think you guys will like it. I actually did finish. I finished that section. That was awesome. Yeah. So, I completely agree. Yeah, Monoko's a great character. So, but generally the plan is that I'm gonna try and stream as much as I possibly can, or get videos out as much as I possibly can. You know, uh, because in about a couple of days I'm gonna be leaving for SoCal. Gonna be seeing my best friend for the holidays, and we're gonna be going to the Game Awards. So, hey Slim, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Hope the families. I hope you're treating you well. I hope they're treating you well. Yep. Y'all forget that Night Rain was my first true Souls game. I played Sekiro, but that is different from the others. My brother's giving me the rest of the games and forcing me to play them. You'll enjoy them, Blast. I think you'll have a good time. You'll love them, for sure. I'm glad I waited to get into PC to finally play Cyberpunk. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he never experienced Dark Souls 3 or 1 or Elden Ring or anything like that. Everything's going amazing. I'm very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. I've been meaning to get in touch more, but I just haven't been able to. Things have been busy on my side. My first Souls game was Dark Souls 2 2014 version. Wow, okay. My first Souls game was... I played Dark Souls 1 back in 2016. That was my first. About to head into Aldi's? Nice, okay. Wait. I feel like there's going to be a joke there, but we'll get to it. But yeah, it was Dark Souls 1 back in 2016 is when I started with the series. I've been bothering Blaster in your absence. That's funny. That's funny. Tell him I said hi. Let's like Blast fight Orphan of Kos. Nah, don't do that. Orphan of Kos is a nightmare. Dude, I remember... Because I had a PS4 that I played for a bit back in when COVID hit. And the games I would play the most were Bloodborne, Ghost of Tsushima, and I should see him tomorrow or something. Okay, nice. But it was Bloodborne, oh my gosh, I blanked out. Ghost of Tsushima, and I think God of War 2018. God of War 2018 I dropped a bit because it just wasn't doing it for me. It just wasn't doing it for me. You know the complaints I made before about how Stellar Blade feels like it's trying to be a combination of an action game and a Souls-like? God of War 2018 is exactly that, only it's 95% Souls-like. It's weird to me, and I don't think it meshes well. DS2 first game, DS1 was my second game, DS3 was my third game, Bloodborne was my fourth, Demon Souls PS3 was fifth, and then Elden Ring. DS3 was your first? Nice. Easiest Souls games are Demon Souls. Dark Souls 2 I wouldn't say is the easiest, and then Bloodborne as well. Okay. Bloodborne, not gonna lie, I'm in the camp that I agree with Alex on certain aspects of Bloodborne. I don't think it's mid, as Alex has said, but I do think it's not as good as people are saying. I liked it. You know, I had a good time with Bloodborne. I finished it all the way through. I did the Chalice dungeons and the DLC, and yeah, DS2 is more jank than anything, but Bloodborne was definitely a game. I wish I wanted to like more, but I just couldn't. I tried. It just was not easy. Because for one, I hated the blood vial system. I hated having to constantly grind blood vials just to be able to brute force through a boss, because if you waste all of them, you're shit out of luck and you got to go fight more enemies again. I hated that. I thought it was stupid, but that's just me. I already made the promise to my brother that I would play Bloodborne when it comes to PC officially at 60 FPS. Until then, I won't play it. That's the deal I made with my brother. Fair enough. That makes sense. PS3 Demon Souls was broken yet still a masterpiece. Okay. I barely anybody play the PS3 Demon Souls. It's always just the remake now. Is the remake any better? I haven't played it yet. Because I don't have a PS5, and I'm not gonna get a PS5 for like 2-3 games, you know. Come dungeon and Bloodborne for free levels. I did the Chalice dungeons. I hated the Chalice dungeons. They were just, oh, what's a good way to artificially increase difficulty? Oh yeah, let's just half your health. Spec versus Code Vein 2 on stream, maybe. The first Code Vein I thought was only okay. It wasn't anything like crazy for me, but I enjoyed it for what it was. I never really did get back into Code Vein because I kind of just fell out of love with it. But it's a good attempt at like it was a good attempt in an anime Souls-like at the time. First Berserker Kazan seems to like improve on that further, but yeah. That's just me though. But I think that's really about all. That's about all I had to say before we got into this. We're making good time anyway, so let's go ahead and jump into the actual, like, the stuff I have on the docket, because there's a bunch of stuff that I have on the docket. So let me switch scenes here. Okay, so let me just close these. There we go. I don't need that many tabs. So I recently found this video. Hold on, let me shrink myself down a little bit. There we go. I recently found this video. Everybody knows that Darkwood's one of my favorite, if not my favorite horror game of all time. It eclipses major big franchises in the horror genre, at least for me personally. I wanted to check this out because it talks a little bit more on the development of the game, and it says it's called "How Darkwood Was Made by and Why the Devs Quit After Their Biggest Success." That's what it's called. And I was always so curious about the development of this game. I was so curious because they made genuinely one of the most genre-defining horror games out there right now, and then just vanish. You know? At least that's what I felt, right? But then for a long period of time... Hi, Spec. Where's the video? Hey, Death Shadow. How you doing? I already explained a little bit about it on stream if you want to go back and check it out. But, yeah, it's interesting because now with the sequel coming out, which I'm very excited for, personally, I kind of wanted to get a general idea on, like, what this video has to say on the topic, you know? So, nah, just teasing you, dude. No, you're good, Shadow. I welcome the jokes, okay? I welcome the jokes. Don't worry. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started with this video because we have a whole bunch of them on our hands because we have a bunch of other stuff on the docket. There's one I added recently because I'm very curious on it. So let's go ahead. Let me know if you guys can hear it really well.
This is the story of three Polish friends who quit their jobs to create a horror video game, even though the genre terrifies them. They had no experience in game development and no backup plan if things didn't work out. Yet after 4 years of non-stop work and multiple nervous breakdowns, they crafted one of the most unsettling and terrifying games ever made. Darkwood. But how exactly did they pull it off? And why did they decide to take an indefinite break from making games after releasing Darkwood? Let's find out. Arthur Cordas.
That's honestly very interesting. They're obviously going to go more into it, but already I'm interested for sure, because once I redo my room at my parents' house, I want to get back to making content. Hopefully I can get Alex to help me with my mic and shit. Yeah, Alex will probably be able to help you do that. He's very good at that stuff, so don't worry. If you want his help, he'll be able to do that for you. So, but yeah, already I'm very curious. So, it talks about here how these three Polish guys, they quit their jobs, didn't have a backup plan, and just poured 4 years into this, which makes me even more excited for what's to come about this particular video. Because, like I mentioned before, Darkwood's one of my favorite horror games of all time, without a shadow of a damn doubt. And it's even in my top 10 games of all time, period. So, this just gives me a chance to gush about the game some more, especially now that we're getting a sequel, which I'm very excited about. So, hang on, let me just do this real quick. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Gustav Stagachevsky and Jakub Kuch first met in college and quickly became friends. They all shared a curious trait: none of them enjoyed anything related to horror. The feeling of fear was simply not something they enjoyed. Years later...
Oh, that's even more interesting. Okay, so neither of them liked horror games. Hey, lady, how you doing? How's your stream? How'd it go? I saw that before, while I was talking, I saw that, you were talking about Harmon again. I'm sure that was fun. Alright, let's keep going here.
After graduating and finding jobs in the animation and graphic design industry, they reconnected to discuss making a video game in their spare time. Around the end of 2012, with no prior experience in game development, they began work on a small tower defense game inspired by the Amiga title Home Alone.
Wow. Okay. I never played those, but I remembered those specifically because of the Angry Video Game Nerd video that he did with Macaulay Culkin. That's the only reason why I remember this game whatsoever. Okay, I'm curious now.
The concept was straightforward. Players would protect the home base at night from monsters.
Oh, I love the artwork.
And rebuild it during the day. Arthur, Gustav, and Jakub believed...
Oh, I love the early artwork. That's actually really nice.
If they could finish it in about a month. Meanwhile, hoping to gain more experience,
hey,
they
Rorschach,
attended a global game jam in January 2013. The theme was Heartbeat, and in just 48 hours, the three developers made a game about Kevin Costner eating bull hearts, inspired by Dances with Wolves. Their entry won the game jam and caught the attention of media outlets like Kotaku. Seizing the opportunity, they established a name for their...
Okay. Fast. I'm excited about the sequel. Rorschach. Come on now. Like, does the queen drink royal tea? Don't answer that. I love doing that joke. I don't care. Now let that food settle in my stomach. Needed that since I was locked in on the video I was editing. Nice. Wait, is it a zombie game? Darkwood? No. No, it's not.
Studio, Assert Wizard Studio, and settled on a title for their tower defense project, Darkwood. This way, any coverage of their Game Jam entry would also mention Darkwood. After a successful Game Jam, the team returned to their main project with renewed confidence and motivation. That being said, they were aware of their limitations as a small team, so they went with a top-down perspective because it was quicker and easier to implement. As they experimented with mechanics such as a limited field of view, dynamic lighting, and intense sound design, they saw the potential for a horror game that, despite their own fears, was exactly the type of horror experience they had always wanted to play, one that avoids cheap jump scares in favor of building a tense, unnerving atmosphere.
Bro, these three dudes, they don't like the horror genre. They don't like the concept of being scared or like just horror movies in general. And yet they're able to understand the genre more than most Hollywood studios nowadays, or just most games nowadays. Because one thing I knew for a long period of time is that there was a downtread when it came to horror. You know, because so many of them relied so much on jump scares, and it relied so much on cheap scares to get you to be scared. Now, stuff like that is great in a haunted house setting, but it's not great for like when you're doing a sequel to Annabelle, you know? And so the fact that these guys were able to say, "Hey, let's make a video game that's not from a genre that we don't like," and stuff like as far as I'm concerned, at this point in the story, if I remember correctly, they weren't that well experienced. That to me speaks volumes about their commitment, because it shows that despite it not being one of their favorite genres, it was something that they were able to actually have passion for, and I appreciate that even more so. It's kind of like a good example of this is K-pop Demon Hunters. I love K-pop Demon Hunters. I do not like K-pop at all. I don't. But that movie is amazing, personally. My family doesn't like it as much as I do, but I loved it. It costs money, yep. Is this game free? No, I think it's... Let me check Steam. Hang on. Let me check on Steam. It's $5. It's $4.50 on Steam right now. I'd pick it up personally. Yeah, it's on sale right now. The artwork and the soundtrack as well. So, if you guys want to pick it up, you better. Yeah, I'm watching you. Damn it! I think I might have got one. Nice. Nice. All right, let's keep going.
The ideas of a semi-open world, crafting and skill systems, stealth and combat, and branching storylines that could influence the game world soon took shape.
Hey, Induction, how you doing? Darkwood's amazing. Induction. I will not... It's one of those horror games, or it's one of those video games I will never shut up about, personally. You thought it's an online game? No, it's not. Nope. It is a single-player game. See, this is what I love. I love that I actually chose this video, because now I can breach more people to go and check it out, especially since it's on sale. What, I miss Raziel? Oh, we're just getting started. We're doing the first video already. You can't see me? That's not true, Dragonborn, but okay.
In response, the three friends decided to transform their initial tower defense concept into a fully fledged roguelike survival horror experience. Despite their fear of the genre, they were always fascinated by the core themes and elements it offered. The blurry line between reality and nightmares, unsettling visions, hidden and inexpressible evil, alienation, and loneliness. These ideas fueled their imaginations and led to a game concept focused on exploring a terrifying forest, without relying on
I love the artwork for this game. I love it so much. There's just... I mean, look at this. That's just... I love it. I love this one in particular. Oh, man. When I did my video on this, I feel like I was underselling the game. Not gonna lie. The Darkwood video I did is one of my favorite videos that I've done. But I feel like I undersell just how good this game was. I could have gone more in depth for another like 10-15 minutes. Darkwood's a Minxie game. If only she were here. She's gonna kill me for that. In game YouTube. But yeah, it's the one game I liked Mandalore's gaming's video. You know, it's funny. I found out Darkwood through a video that Bricky did, who did a video because he saw the video on Mandalore Gaming, which is funny. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like a weird passing down from it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Darkwood is just one of those games where There's never going to be a game like that, I think. At least not in a long time, you know? At least that's just me personally. I don't know. I could be wrong. And it's one game that I feel like I'm going to share to friends that I meet over time. I'm going to share it to people who come into my life. I'm trying to get my best friend to play it eventually. I think he played a little bit of it. I don't remember. It's been a while. But yeah, that's just me. Will Spec make a Pal World server? Probably not. I'm not big into Pal World as much as like Gara is. That's just me though. Bricky is a good introduction to 40k. He absolutely is. Yeah. He actually, I think he did more revisions on his factions videos lately. Also, we might get a Condemned remaster. Jace Hall owns the rights. I hope so. Condemned Criminal Origins is a great game. I'm glad I listened to both Madam Hellfire and Cassie on that one. They both vouched for Condemned Criminal Origins, and now I vouch for it as well. So, yeah.
Settling visions, hidden and inexpressible evil their imaginations and led to a game. When they began work on Darkwood, the dominant trend in horror films
Do you have fear? Yeah, I have fear.
and games was to use jump scares to evoke fear. While the team agrees these can be effective and entertaining, they also find them shallow when overused.
Thank you. Yes, that's like I said. They were right on the money with that, because far too like jump scares aren't inherently bad. Personally, I don't think they're inherently horrible, right? Personally, but it's just for whatever reason, most horror films or horror games in general, they over rely on jump scares. I think the only one I could give an excuse to is Five Nights at Freddy's, because while yes, that game could that franchise could devolve into a jump scare simulator, what makes it different is the atmosphere that it evokes, so that every now and then when you do get a jump scare, it's that much more effective because there's build up leading to it, you know? There's build up towards it. That's what made Five Nights at Freddy's so popular, is that it twisted the concept of horror games always having jump scares. It twisted the concept and was able to make really good games out of it. Now games nowadays are kind of hit or miss. I've heard Help Wanted's good, but Security Breach sucked, and I've heard Secret of the Mimic is only okay. So it seems like a mixed bag. The franchise seems like a mixed bag nowadays. So
them, a horror experience that engages the imagination and leaves room for the mind to fill in the blanks is far more compelling. If you, just like Arthur, Gustav, and Jakob, want to
okay, this is the ad. Just gonna move this. There we go. There we go.
In an interview, ideas and influences. The three developers were eager to add their own individual ideas and influences, which
Ask Klutzy, you gave him Mimic? Oh, has he played it yet? I'll have to DM him. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Have you been able to play Secret of the Mimic? My chat wants to know. Okay. We'll see what happens if he responds back.
helped shape the grand vision for Darkwood. In an interview, Gustav mentioned that the game's tone and atmosphere drew heavily from the works of Andrei Tarkovsky, Stanley Kubrick, and David Lynch.
Also get blood refresh supply spec. Yeah, my buddy Sean mentioned that before.
Especially Twin Peaks and The Shining. Meanwhile, the game's story...
Can I just say something? I'm all fine with jump scares. However, if it is just cheap jump scare, then just for me ruins the experience. Most horror games, well, most fan-made games, just use jump scares without most of the time built. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But can I say something? I'm probably going to get blasted for this. I've not watched The Shining yet. I have never seen The Shining or Twin Peaks. Never. Neither. I'll leave you with that.
was inspired by authors such as Stanisław Lem and the Strugatsky brothers. Making great work is often the result of dealing with your own self, your fears, dreams, or events in your life that had a profound effect on you. Many great horror authors have lived troubled lives or experienced traumatic events. Stephen King witnessed the tragic death of his childhood friend. Stanisław Lem saw many atrocities done by other human beings during and after World War II.
The Stanley Kubrick movie, Rorschach.
Their work is often the result of trying to cope with those experiences. So dig deep into the darkest corners of your mind and confront your demons. Forge them into a story or experience that only you can tell. When it came to gameplay,
Exactly. I think some of the best games out there right now, they're always games that are very personal, I think. I think a lot of people will probably agree with me on that, is that some of the best games that are out there right now are made with passion or have personal revelations behind it or have personal reasons for it behind it. Where's the E33 video? I've already talked about that on stream, but I'm hoping to get it done at least before I leave for SoCal. But I can't make any promises on that because every time I do, it doesn't always work out. But that's kind of just what happens, you know? But yeah, but back to my point is that a lot of games... I can think of so many small team games that are just, you could tell are labors of love for different reasons. Have fun at SoCal, thanks. But I think I delve with games more that have personal stories or personal revelations behind them more, I think. Because that's when I know that you're putting your heart and soul into what you're making, you know? So that's something I love that quote. That's really nice. That's a great quote. I love that.
the team was inspired by Dark Souls. Arthur had always been fascinated by how From Software combined game mechanics with straightforward audiovisual elements to...
Is it weird that you like Security Breach? No, I wouldn't say so. If you liked it, that's fine. I just heard not great things about the game overall. If you liked it, that's fine. I'm not worried about it. I don't care.
create an atmosphere of desolation, sadness, mystery, and ever-lurking danger. He also admires how Souls games avoid spoon-feeding information to players, instead encouraging them to learn through discovery. Meanwhile, the grim atmosphere and dark humor of the first two Fallout games, along with meaningful choices that have lasting consequences, influenced the team's approach to storytelling in Darkwood. The Polish...
Okay, that's the Souls, the Dark Souls comparisons I definitely can see, not because of the actual difficulty, but more so just the atmosphere, the feeling of isolation when you're coming across NPCs and whatnot. I definitely can feel that. That was definitely a thing when I was playing Darkwood. Not the actual like, oh, it's the Dark Souls of horror games. No, it's not that. It's more about how they were able to convey an atmosphere without spoon feeding it to you. To be fair, if it was their first attempt at an open world FNAF game, Mimic shows they're getting better, so next FNAF game could be interesting. Maybe. And you can see the Fallout inspiration? Okay. Yeah, I never played the first two Fallouts. The only game that I played in the Fallout series is New Vegas. That's it. That's the only one I played. So. But yeah. Okay.
team also drew inspiration from real-life experiences.
Freaky.
Both Gustav and Arthur suffer from hallucinations when they wake up during the night, causing them to see bizarre, almost surreal things. According to Gustav, it was pretty easy to channel these experiences into the emotions they wanted the player to feel. Once all three developers had shared their ideas and influences, they set out to combine them into a cohesive vision. However, their lack of experience meant they vastly underestimated the difficulty of weaving these various elements together, something that would eventually lead to many sleepless nights. The fear of the unknown and using the player's imagination against them were core design principles.
I love that. The fear of the unknown is one of the most the fear of the unknown is one of the core aspects of horror in general. If you can be able to scare the player just by the concept of them not knowing what's out there, that's when you succeed. In my opinion, that's where you succeed as a horror game, in my opinion. If you're able to incite if you're able to incite fear through like outside sources that the player can't see currently, but will be able to, that enhances it even further, especially when you go with using the player's imagination against them, because it ties on to the fear of the unknown, because they don't know what's real and what's not. That's something that's very important when it comes to horror games. And a lot of people, I feel like, they're getting better at it, sure, but that's something that I feel is lost on lately.
As a result, the developers invested significant effort in creating a procedurally generated forest, ensuring each playthrough felt unfamiliar and kept players on edge. Major locations were still handcrafted.
What's your expectations for the Street Fighter movie? I don't have much expectations for that. I don't know. I feel like video game adaptations, while there are some good ones, they're taking a bit of a nosedive, and I'm not excited for that, personally. That's just me, though. That's just me.
But to further emphasize the fear of the unknown, some areas would change drastically based on the player's decisions throughout the branching storylines. Speaking of locations, the team decided to set Darkwood in Poland, where they were born and raised. This choice felt natural as it allowed...
Polish game developers have been crazy lately, because they made this. Some game developers in Poland, they made, I think, Frostpunk. Then there's also Dying Light. I've heard Dying Light's really good. It's crazy. Polish devs have been going crazy. I love it.
Them to craft a more genuine and convincing narrative. It also served as a way to introduce players to Polish folklore, which they hoped would feel both exhausting.
Can I just say, I adore the cover. So freaky. I love it.
And refreshing to most players. The protagonist had to match the game's unsettling and mysterious atmosphere, so a typical hero was off the table. Even in the earliest stages of development, the team envisioned a voiceless, strange outsider with distorted, repulsive features. An anti-hero who would provoke resentment among the forest inhabitants while instilling alienation and dread in the player. When developing the game's overall look and feel, the team chose to keep the pixelated art style from their tower defense prototype, along with the top-down perspective to simplify asset production and animations. Although they considered the graphics and distant camera to be the game's weakest points, they leveraged these limitations to their advantage. Because the pixelated graphics make it harder to identify characters, enemies, and objects, players have to rely more on their imagination, allowing the developers to play tricks on the player's imagination. The game was built in Unity, and all the code was written in C#. In March 2013, after fleshing out core combat and survival mechanics, the Polish developers created a vertical slice of Darkwood and posted a gameplay trailer on their YouTube channel. The trailer caught the attention of the press and received far more positive reactions than they ever anticipated. Realizing they might be able to make a living from game development,
the twists this game has are amazing. Yeah, they are. I love them.
They spend the next 2 months preparing an Indiegogo campaign to help fund Darkwood. To introduce the game to the world, they even produced a silly video explaining why they needed financial support. The campaign launched...
Okay, that's funny. I like that. I love game developers with a sense of humor. I like that. That's awesome. Is Indiegogo just like another version of Kickstarter? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like it's just another version of Kickstarter. But yeah, it's nice that I love that they were able to dedicate so much to that, like to what the core concepts that they were trying to achieve. So it makes me wonder exactly what exactly happened down the line. So, okay.
In May 2013, but the crowdfunding initially struggled, and it seemed the team was not going to reach their funding goal. However, in the final week, they released a second gameplay trailer that gave them the boost they needed. Ultimately, they raised over 54,000 euros, and this
Nice. Nice. That's awesome. I love that. Love that. I love when indie devs get their goals met. That's awesome. There's this one game that we're keeping track of right now. My best friend's keeping a track on it. It's called Mariachi Legends. And it's a Metroidvania that has a more Spanish folklore to it, or Mexican folklore to it. And we're both very interested on that. And I guess they were able to hit their goals. And I'm excited to see what they're going to do with it. So. Okay, so I just got word back from Klutzy. He says he hasn't played it yet. Hasn't been interested yet. Leak me it in Discord DMs. Mariachi Legends? I will do it after stream. Yeah, for sure.
Motivated the three friends to go all in. Without a backup plan, they quit their jobs to focus all their
Ooh. I get... Okay. So, I get what they were going for. I get why they did it. But, didn't know if he played it yet. Yeah, he didn't play it yet. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. If in the last couple of months or last year or so, I've learned to always have a backup plan. And when you just you quit your jobs like that and you're trying to devote time to making a game like this, the game better be a banger, you know what I mean? And it is, like the game is, and they'll probably go into more of that, but usually when most people quit their jobs, they normally, or at least when normally they quit their jobs to pursue another passion, most of the time it doesn't usually work out in their favor. And I'm not sure if it was like the smart decision, but that's just me. I don't know. It could have been different for them. I don't know. I don't know. That's just how I come across. Oh, and that Terminator 2D game's out Thursday. Is it? Oh, man. Oh, man. I had no idea. Okay.
time on Darkwood. They estimated it would take about a full year to finish development. Over the course of the following year, it became clear that the project was full of contradictions, along with other major problems. We did not have any experience or knowledge in the field of design or production, so it took us a lot of time and effort to put the conflicting elements of the puzzle together. With time, also the differences in our visions.
Have you seen Terminator 2? I love Terminator 2. It's my favorite action movie of all time. Are you kidding me? Of course I have. Of course I have. I love Terminator 2.
Started to emerge, and we were unable to resolve them all completely. This was coupled with the poor organization of our work. Every decision, even the smallest ones, were made together, which considerably delayed the production of the game and often led to misunderstandings and frustrations. Essentially, it came.
Okay. So yeah, that does... So these guys had no experience in terms of like game development. And they were able to make something... Okay. I think that puts into more perspective. Okay. So yeah, I'm sure that can lead to some complications. Alright. But I feel like the more I go into that, I'll talk more about just that process alone. Because, you know, it weirdly... Terminator 1, 2, and 3, and I watched back when I was a kid. Nice. They were operating on Valve logic. No, honestly, the way it kind of reminds me of it kind of reminds me of Expedition 33 a little bit, because when you look back at the story of Expedition 33, they talk about how a huge chunk of like their game devs were either first-time workers or never have touched like stuff for video games before. And that's what it kind of reminds me of, is that instead of like 30 plus people, it's like three guys. In a way, it's also kind of like Hollow Knight Silksong. In a way, it's almost kind of like that. Yeah, it's almost kind of like Hollow Knight. Valve hired people who were making games but had knowledge in game making. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys, real quick. I do need to use the bathroom, so I'm going to... let me get some music pulled up here real quick. While we're on the topic of Darkwood, I might as well pull up one of the Darkwood OST. We'll do... Which one? We'll do this one. So... Actually, no, not this. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we are. Okay. All right, guys. I'll be right back. So hang tight. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I'm gonna save this for later. Alright, let's get back to it. I also had to get me a drink as well, just in case. You never know. So. Here in a bit, going to read a book, just debating on more Berserk Deluxe Edition Book 2 or this other one. Doing what I can to sharpen my reading skills. Nice, dude. Yeah. Reading helps your brain.
Came down to two visions for Darkwood. One emphasized permadeath.
You recommend watching the Half-Life documentaries? Maybe I will in my spare time, for sure.
High replayability, a significant role for procedurally generated worlds, and a large number of mini-stories. The other focused on handcrafted locations, scripted events, and a branching narrative as the main incentive for exploration. Over time, it became clear that these two approaches were incompatible. After a lot of...
Yeah, it does sound like... It did feel like the game devs were biting off more than they could chew, probably. I can see that. Check my chat. Sounds like Spec's going to kill the toilet. No. Nah. Thankfully not.
of discussions, the developers...
But yeah, it does feel like the two visions that they were wanting to make, they kind of clashed together. So, I'm sure they had to make some complications.
Started to lean more towards the second vision. This meant removing permadeath entirely. A difficult decision given...
Oh man, I can't even imagine Darkwood with permadeath. I don't know if I would be able to cope with that. I don't know if I would be able to manage that. The game itself is difficult as is. Adding permadeath on top of that, that's a death sentence. That is a death sentence. Because Dead Space had, if I remember right, I think the more recent games had permadeath.
when they had promised Indiegogo backers that it would be a core feature. Because the procedural generation aspect had been built around permadeath, the team had to redirect much of the game's design. As development progressed, they gradually scaled back their use of procedural generation, a shift that posed significant technical challenges. Although buildings and other landmarks remain randomly placed on the map for each playthrough, the original plan for a fully procedurally generated forest is no longer present. Meanwhile, in other areas, the game's
Wait, are they really going to sell the Dead Space IP? Is that confirmed at all? Wait, are we for real? Is that confirmed? Because if so, that sucks, dude. Dead Space just can't catch a break, man. Just can't catch a break. Can't stand it. Remake was so good. You had a perfect layout to do like 2, or hell, completely revamp Dead Space 3 entirely. And they chose not to do that, and it annoys the shit out of me. Okay. Anyway, saw it on the video thumbnail.
scope continued to grow until it was far
I hate these guys. Are not nice. They're terrifying, and they are not nice.
too ambitious to complete within a single year. Knowing they had something special on their hands, the developers refused to compromise just to meet their initial deadline. This inevitably meant delaying the release, but there was one major problem. The studio was running out of money. Their Indiegogo campaign had been funded based on a 1-year development timeline. After considering their options, the developers chose to release an early access version of Darkwood on Steam. They hoped this would not only secure additional funding, but also provide valuable community feedback.
This is one of the beauties of Steam, is that you can be able to put your game out in early access and be able to get really good feedback off of it. That's really good. I like that. I always loved that about Steam. One of my favorite early access games right now is Ultra Kill. It's still on early access. I love that game so much. I can't wait for when it comes out in 1.0. Can't wait.
Feedback. Darkwood's early access release was positively received by players and sold far more copies than
Yeah, New Blood are the goats of early access. That's what I was saying.
anticipated. Encouraged by this, the three friends decided to expand the game's scope even further, including the addition of new NPCs to interact with. In
The traitor, our Lord and Savior.
the early stages of development, all three contributed to character design, but Arthur soon became mainly responsible for the
Oh my gosh, the character designs are so good. Just the 3 and the mad... When, like, you see how the Mad Doctor just goes insane over the course of the game. So good, dude.
this task. The Wolfman was the first character for which Arthur created concept art. Initially, he was a one-dimensional, over-the-top figure.
The fact this guy hasn't become overnight... when the game came out, the fact that this guy in particular didn't become, like, overnight furry bait is surprising.
That combined the worst traits of both animals and humans. As development progressed and new characters and story elements were added, the Wolfman became more nuanced and mysterious. However, the team kept him as the game's most obvious antagonistic NPC, providing a stark contrast to the other characters in Darkwood.
Oh, the bike man and the cripple, yeah.
During the early access phase, the developers frequently tested new mechanics to gauge their impact on the overall experience and see how the community would react. Jakub recalls one instance when they introduced the first iteration of shadow creatures, which received such a negative response that they removed them almost immediately, after completely redesigning the creature.
Okay. I would have loved... In my opinion, I probably would have loved to see it. The concept of that just sounds really cool. Eternally... Oh, I see. Okay, thanks, Blast. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, buddy.
They reintroduced them, this time without significant problems or backlash. By then, the three developers had begun to mostly overcome their fear of horror games and scary movies, which provided fresh
I love that. You know, I love that. You make a video game about you make a horror game for so long that you're like, you know, I'm not that scared anymore. I love that. That's actually really cool. You know what? I appreciate that. That's really cool. Oh, and there's a new Dust game coming out? Is there? Ooh, nice. Okay. Nice. The first Dusk I really liked. I didn't think it was fantastic or anything, but it was good. It was a good one. It was good play.
inspiration for the remainder of Darkwood's development. Composing the game's soundtrack and creating sound effects proved challenging, primarily because neither Arthur, Gustav, nor Jakub had much, if any, experience with sound design or music composition. My specialization is art, but as I was the only person in the team that had any idea about making sound, although still very vague, sound design and music fell on my shoulders, making Darkwood's OST was a never-ending improvisation. I was playing with a medium that I did not fully understand. Maybe thanks to that, we were able to create something unique and hard to define, something that breaks the common principles, which I did not know about during production. Arthur,
You know what? I think it worked. You know what? Honestly, I love that he was like, I have no idea, so I'm just working as I go. And he did create one of the most unique horror music, like horror game OSTs ever. That guy, Arthur, you have my... You did a fantastic job. I love it. Like, the sound design in Darkwood is probably the best part of the game. In my opinion, it's probably the if it's not one of the best parts of the game. They were able to create something so unique and so fresh with the sound design for it that it completely stands on its own. Check the M's. Okay, hang on. Oh, nice. Okay, very nice. Thanks for sharing that. Let me see here. Hang on a second. I got a notification. Okay. There we are.
used a largely minimalist approach to audio, leaving long stretches of silence to build tension and dread. This, along with other techniques, allowed the horror to play out partly in the player's mind, effectively toying with their imagination. After multiple nervous breakdowns, nightmares, and non-stop crunch the last 2 years, Darkwood was starting to look like a cohesive video game. However, the team's democratic approach of discussing every issue together led them to miss every deadline they set. Over time, negative Steam reviews began appearing from players frustrated by the slow development. Some even suspected the studio had abandoned the game. Finally, in August 2017, after 4 years of blood, sweat, and tears, Darkwood version 1.0 was released on Steam. Both gamers and critics were impressed with the final result, especially by how each element contributed to a cohesive and terrifying horror experience. The slow-building tension, minimalist soundtrack, strategic use of silence, and fragmented story, requiring players to piece it together themselves, were all universally praised. The team, however, had little time to celebrate, as they were very busy with fixing bugs and other technical issues. In fact, Gustav spent the evening of his 30th birthday having a meltdown while trying to fix a save file problem that many players were experiencing. Meanwhile, they were getting flooded by emails. Most of them were scams from people claiming to be YouTubers or bloggers, hoping to score a free Steam key.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Yeah. That's sucky, man. I hate when you get con artists like that, dude. It never makes the process of wanting to give creators free keys to promote the game any easier. That's like on top of them stressing out over just trying to make sure that the game is running smoothly, they have this shit to deal with. Yeah. Oh man, that's pretty upsetting.
Initially, the studio handed out keys without hesitation, wanting Darkwood to gain as much attention as possible. Unfortunately, many of these keys were then sold on controversial storefronts like G2A. When the developers discovered this, they were furious. It became impossible for them to do giveaways or provide keys to those who genuinely couldn't afford the game. Moreover, seeing people refund the game on Steam made them realize they should offer the game for free. Steam lets you refund the game if you haven't played it for more than 2 hours, and as a developer, we can see the reason why people refunded it. When we read the explanation from someone who wrote that he needed a refund because he didn't want his parents to be stressed out when seeing the bill at the end of the month, well, it made us feel quite bad. Acid Wizard Studio... That's actually
not gonna lie, that's kind of wholesome. They're like, oh, they feel bad because the guy wanted to not be afraid of like the, oh man, Oh, that's wow. Okay. That's they actually were very nice about that. That's wow. Okay.
Chose to make Darkwood available for free through a save torrent on the Pirate Bay, an unusual move for a small studio that had just released its first game. Though they needed the income to continue developing games, it was more important to
Doggo. No, go back. Doggo. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. I love it. He's adorable.
continue developing games, it was more important to Arthur, Gustav and Jakub that people who genuinely couldn't afford the game still had access to it. Additionally, they hoped to draw attention to the problematic practices of Steam key reseller sites. The reaction to their decision was overwhelmingly positive, earning support from both the press and players worldwide. Many people even bought the game simply to show their support for the studio's decision.
Nice. I love that. Well done. Wow. I love these devs were so wow. I did not know they were doing that much good when it came to like Steam review keys and just wow. Love it.
Once the dust had settled, the developers took a well-deserved break. Although creating
Good.
and releasing
Absolutely.
Darkwood was immensely
Happy to hear
satisfying,
that.
it was also the hardest thing any of them had ever done, leaving them emotionally exhausted. They
I
were
have no
so
doubt.
drained, in fact, that they waited 5 years before publicly revealing what they'd been doing during that time. In a 2023 post on Imgur, the team shared that Darkwood had sold 1.5 million copies. They also noted it's debatable whether that figure would be
awesome.
higher or lower if they hadn't posted the game on the Pirate Bay. Regardless, the sales numbers surpassed their wildest expectations. The post then
amazing.
explained that developing Darkwood took such a physical and mental toll on the team that they took an extended break throughout 2018. By 2019, they felt ready to re-enter the world of game development. The
Good
team
deal.
spent many days establishing core rules for handling future projects, and they hired 3 additional developers to help lighten the workload. It seemed
Okay.
fitting to begin this new chapter by creating an update for Darkwood that addressed technical issues and bugs they hadn't previously been able to fix. Unfortunately, the extensive backend work required for this update made it far more complicated than anticipated. Due to limited manpower and a desire to finally release a new game, the team decided to place the update on the back burner until after they launched another project. They briefly considered returning to the world of Darkwood with a sequel, spin-off, prequel, or even DLC, but the
And now we're getting a sequel. Funny how that works, you know? Funny how that works. I'm so happy.
memory of the immense effort poured into Darkwood was still too fresh. Ultimately, creating a new IP felt more exciting. After brainstorming various ideas, they settled on a concept they codenamed The Prisoner. It tells the story of a political prisoner trapped in a factory-turned-prison, set in a fictional Eastern European setting during the 1980s. The entire experience is
okay.
presented in first person, immersing the player in the harsh reality of prison life. The unique hook is that the protagonist has a highly valued talent, the ability to design and apply tattoos. According to the studio, a complex language of symbols was planned, meaning that figuring out exactly what to draw, based on each client's allegiance, crimes, and requests, would be integral to the gameplay. All of this was combined with survival mechanics, exploration, and plenty of NPCs to meet. However, as they continued prototyping gameplay ideas, it became clear that the theme of prison life wasn't a good fit for most of the team. They decided to move on and explore 2 new concepts, codenamed 101 and Soccer Kids. The first was an experimental, unsettling fourth wall-breaking idea set in the 1980s, involving multiple intertwined games and featuring unusual asynchronous online gameplay, an homage to those old NES cartridges packed with hundreds of games.
Oh, like Action 52? Oh, okay. So kind of stuff like that. All right. I see the vision. I see what they were going for there. Okay. I like that. That's actually kind of that's pretty interesting.
Soccer Kids, on the other hand, began as a physical gameplay experiment using a magnetic board and various items found around the office. From this setup, an idea emerged. Children playing soccer through the eyes of a mathematical prodigy who analyzes every angle and distance in detail. The setting was close to the developers' hearts, Poland in the 90s, but instead of a creepy forest, they crafted a vivid,
Ooh,
playful, over-the-top
looks
world
cool.
seen through the lens of kids who had watched 2
I do like that they tried to experiment beyond just the horror genre. I do like that they tried to experiment with like what they could do with the concepts that they could be able to accomplish with. Yeah.
too many cartoons. Soccer Kids turned out to be the perfect fit for their next project, so the team worked on it until they had a fully playable build. In June 2023, they released it for free on Steam,
Did they? Hang on. Hang on, I'm looking this up. Soccer Kids. Oh yeah, made by the same guys. Okay, I'll add that. Yeah. Okay. I'll add that. Hey, Vigilante, how you doing? How's your weekend? Mine's pretty good this so far. How you doing, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure to have you around.
encouraging players to share their feedback with the goal of making an improved commercial version. Less than 2 months later, Acid Wizard Studio announced they're taking a break for the foreseeable future.
Okay, this part of the story I did hear about, that they were taking an indefinite hiatus. This is the part that I did hear about, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, this is where I was kind of concerned, because I didn't think we would get a sequel for Darkwood at all. But now here we are, so yeah.
And explained their reasoning on Twitter. We haven't been able to create a work environment that would not be destructive to our personal lives. Our families are our top priority and they should not be affected negatively by our work. So ultimately we decided that it would be best if we part.
Doing good, just got off work and about to get some time into some more Metroid Prime 4. How you guys liking that game? Because I know Blast and Vigilante, you both have played it. So I'm curious. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are. My best friend's playing it, and he loves it. His goal is still like 100% in the game. So, yeah.
With a possibility of returning in 5 to 10 years when we get our shit together. As a final farewell.
You know what? Fair enough. Honestly, like that's not a bad idea. Get your bearings, and then come back when you guys are ready. You know what? That's perfectly fine. And especially if their families are just as important, I totally get it. Yeah, now that, like, it now makes more sense within context with how much they put their heart and souls into Darkwood. So, I'm happy about that.
Darkwood received one last major update addressing numerous bugs and introducing various quality of life improvements.
So far, I like it, but I have never played a Metro game before, so I'm coming to it with no expectations. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
The studio emphasized they weren't disappearing entirely and hoped their games would continue to live on. They mentioned the possibility of
and Darkwood would then continue to live on.
Others creating a Darkwood sequel or continuing development on Soccer Kids. While it may be a long time before we see Acid Wizard Studio or any of their IPs return to the gaming world, the fact that 3 inexperienced friends from Poland left such a lasting impact on the horror genre is a remarkable achievement that won't be forgotten anytime soon.
And I think that's my favorite. I think that's my biggest takeaway of this video. Great video. That's my biggest takeaway, is that it's three buddies who never really liked the horror genre. They got together and made one of the best horror games of all time. And they poured their blood, sweat, and tears into it. They came across so many different complications in development. They were constantly stressed out, but through it all, they managed to, like, no, this game's coming out the way we want it to because we're passionate about it. And they made it work, you know, and they made probably my favorite horror game of all time. Like, congratulations, you fucking did it, you know? Like, they should be proud, honestly. And now we're getting a sequel, which makes me 10 times happier. I'm very happy of this outcome. So, good video from the channel's That Guy Glenn. Here, let me share a link. Let me send the link down here so that you guys can go and check it out. So, go ahead and give it a look on your own time. I really loved this video. It was a good insight to have. So, I'm starting to stop giving John Romero shit, since I'm going to give it to Randy Pitchford. Good, Randy Pitchford deserves it. Couldn't continue Oblivion Remastered since same damn bug of the game crashes. Can't do the Dark Brotherhood questline since it was the same game breaking bug of the main story. Oof. That sucks, man. But yeah, good video. Very nice. I like that. Now, before we get into one of the bigger topics, I did come across this video by King David or Xbox Frontline, and I kind of wanted to give this a look. It's called My Top 5 Fighting Games That Need More Attention. I'm gonna admit I'm not the biggest fighting game guru, right? Obviously not. I'm not. I like King David too. King David's awesome. But I'm not the biggest fighting game guru out there. I'm no Maximilian dude or anything like that. But I've played fighting games long enough to get kind of an understanding, and I'm curious what games he brought up. Bro, right now after this game's over, I'm going to slog through AC Shadows on Switch 2 to get footage for a port review. Spoiler alert, it's fucking awful, actually sickening. Oof. That sucks, man. Well, at least Madam Hellfire is not alone anymore when it comes to AC Shadows. So you guys get to suffer together. Oh, man. Let's see here. Give me one quick second. I think I might have. Give me a second. Da-da-da-da. Here we are. There it is. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had the right video. All right. Okay. Moving on. All right. Let's go ahead and give this one a watch. I'm very curious. All right, King David. Let's see what you got here. It actually makes me nauseous. I want to actually throw up because of the motion blur and inconsistent as fuck frame rate. The damn frames go down to 19 FPS. Wow. Wild. And you can't turn the motion blur off? Wild. Wild. Nice. Love it. Good music. Alright, let's skip ahead here. There we go. Alright. Alright, King, let's see what you got.
Peace and blessings and welcome to something different. I know this is Xbox Frontline News, but this is the best of.
Hold on.
I know this is Xbox.
Look at this. Look at this beautiful man. Look at that. He's aging gracefully, bro. Love it.
Frontline News, but this is the best of. King's best of. My best of. Now, how I'm going to do this thing here is like, it's going to be a little bit different. All right, because I'm going to do a countdown. I'm going to do a countdown from
Hold the line. That's absolutely
my
devastator.
top 5 fighting games of all time.
Top
now,
5
not
of all
just
time.
The games.
Ooh,
I'm going to
okay.
have to go with franchises because there are multiple games within a franchise that I actually love. So we're going to keep it like that. We're not gonna say, oh, specifically this game or this number and this franchise. I'm not gonna do that. I mean, I can get to the minutia of that stuff and say which one I like the best, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to give you my 5 favorite fighting franchises. Now, I do have to tell you, some was left off this
there
list
it is.
That should be
There's
there.
Blast.
This is just 2D fighters. This is not 3D fighters. I have a whole thing for 3D fighters. This is the 2D fighter episode.
Wait, actually, hold on. I gotta. Hang on.
3D fighter.
Damn it.
Episode of this.
Hang on.
Thing for 3D fighters. This is the 2D fighter.
There you go. Yeah, this is Chun-Li on the left. Hey, Blast, you're welcome. I'll let that soak in for you real quick. You're welcome, Blast. right, I'll let you guys goon for a little bit. Oh man. All right. Had your fill, Blast? I'm going to switch it now.
Episode of this. So if this is your first time finding the channel, well, I salute you. And I thank you for showing up here.
Okay.
Now, today is a little bit different. I don't care what system these games launched on, played on, or if they were only in the arcade.
Good,
What I'm going to
Blast,
tell
good.
you is,
I never did play Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. I still haven't played it yet. When it came out, when the news came out that it wasn't like good at launch, I kind of just steered away from it. Harmon's on Metroid Prime 4 Suckathon. I'm not surprised. He does all this talk about how Metroid Prime 4 looks bad and all this kind of shit, but then as soon as the game comes out, he has to defend it. Every time. It's almost like most of what he says isn't actually true now, is it? I don't know. It's almost like he doesn't believe anything that he's trying to say, and he's trying to be a contrarian. I don't know. Maybe just come at me.
games, fighting games, mano y mano,
Oh,
friend on friend.
we do have Harmon on the docket as well. So, never owned Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, but I would like to play it someday. Me too. One game I have been able to play is 2XKO. He has to constantly damage control for it. Absolutely. I have been able to play 2XKO. Love that game. I'm really enjoying it so far. 2XKO is pretty fun. It's that fighting game with League of Legends characters. I find it hilarious how I like everything surrounding League of Legends except for actual League of Legends. I think it's hilarious because Arcane, in my opinion, is one of the best animated shows out currently. And then also 2XKO is really good. You know? It's kind of it really makes you think, you know?
Friend versus foe. Foe versus foe. This stuff gets my blood going.
Okay.
So without further ado, I'm going to give you, in order, counting down from 5 to 1.
All right.
This is going to be crazy.
All right. Go ahead.
Now, this 2D fighting game kind of took me by storm. This is when I had my Neil.
Oh my gosh, Samurai Showdown. Oh, I still haven't played this yet. I've heard it's really good though. Oh man, I've been meaning to get Sam Show. I might get Fatal Fury. SNK fighting games are like a breath of fresh air from your Street Fighter. No diss towards those though. Absolutely. Yeah, KOF 15 I really liked. So yeah. The fact that Arcane Season 2 wasn't nominated for Best Adaptation is a crime. I agree, but they got that piece of shit Devil May Cry series on there, so... Yeah, Samurai Showdown. Okay. Not a bad choice. I like that.
Gio and I was looking for something great to play. And I went down to
I remember the game specifically because not only is biking in it, you can't believe Sonic 3 didn't get nominated. Me too, man. I was like, where's Sonic 3 at? Crazy, dog. No logic at that. No logic. I hope Splinter Cell wins. Is Splinter Cell good? I have never seen the series yet. Is that actually good? Because I've heard nothing from that series. Sonic 3 was too late. Grizzly. Indiana Jones got nominated even though it came out in 2024. I think the deadlines mean jack shit. For me, it's SF6, Virtua 5, Virtua Fighter Revo, World Stage, Guilty Gear Strives. I love Guilty Gear. And Capcom Fighting Collection 2. Unrelated, but I've been playing Persona 5 Royal lately, and I'm close to beating the vanilla content and getting close to the Royal content. When I get home, I'm going to make you jealous with what I can play. It's hard. It's hard to make me jealous, Blast. So good luck.
I didn't see it in the arcade first. I actually saw it. I think it was in Game Fan magazine, and I went down.
I remember Sam's show specifically because I know they added the Knight from For Honor as one of the DLC characters, and Biken as well. And I loved For Honor, so I was gonna give it a shot. It is what it is. I agree. I agree. It is what it is.
And she said that she got it. And see, normally around this time when fighting games came out on the Neo Geo, they came out.
So you're not going to be jealous when I play Tokon? That was a low blow, motherfucker. I'm coming for you.
In the arcade and it came out the home at the same time, or that's how it was perceived here in the States. So what I decided to do was go down to Miss Ping and get it. I made sure that she
also Splinter Cell's getting a season 2. Okay.
Had it, and I called her. She was at the Brooklyn Bazaar, and I went down there and I picked it up.
Okay. So what's number 4? All right, I'm curious of what number 4 is.
Made it on my list, and I'm sure if you got a chance to play it, then you would say the same thing.
Probably.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of tossed and turned at night when I came up with number 4.
Oh, Mortal Kombat. Yeah, I can see that. Mortal Kombat is like one of the more well-known fighting games out there. It's just... I really wish Mortal Kombat 1 was better than it actually was, because that shit disappointed me so much over time. I was one of those that would defend the game at first, because I genuinely was having a good fun with it. I liked the cameo system. I liked the characters of how they played. But it just, over time, it felt like the game was getting worse and worse. And don't even get me started on the abysmal $50 price DLC. And now Josh hates this video. Yeah, MK1 was indeed disappointing for sure. Yeah. 1 was supposed to be a reboot. Yeah, it was. It just wasn't a successful one.
4 based upon the list that is so incredible. But I got to tell you, man, number 4 is the bloodiest of them all.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for Mortal Kombat, so I get it, man. I get it. I totally understand.
In fighting games. For that reason and these reasons alone, I give you my number 4. It's Mortal Kombat franchise.
That's fine.
Now, number 3 is...
King of Fighters. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I think the only games I played in the series was KOF 13 and 15. 15 is the only one like I put a huge amount of time into. So, I definitely need to get back into like King of Fighters, Fatal Fury. MK1 was trash. I hated how they ruined the Armageddon battle. That's fair. Yeah, that's one of the more... Yeah, that's one of the more well-known ones, for sure. Yeah. That was one of my favorite cutscenes growing up as a kid. I remembered watching the Armageddon fight cutscene, and I was blown away. I was blown away. I was like, I had no idea who these characters are. I don't give a damn. They're all fighting each other. They're all brutally killing each other. It's awesome. I probably wasn't in the age where I should be playing these, but I played it anyway. So, yeah. Yeah. Armageddon was great for its time.
Taking it down to crunch time. And the reason why number 3...
Oh, Vanessa, you beautiful woman. Hang on. Hang on. Let me have this. All right? Give me a minute.
Is making it down to crunch time. And the reason why number...
yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Vanessa. Love it. Where's Shermie at? Where's Shermie at? Give me the triple. Give me the Vanessa, Shermie, and who else was it? There was another character I used to play a lot. Oh, I forgot her name. It's been a while. Give me the double threat, dude. Because damn.
Is because, let me tell you something. This is when my Neo Geo was in its stride. It was hitting the high marks, if you will.
15's KOF 15's intro kicks ass, dude. It kicks major ass.
Geo was rocking and rolling. You had series like Art of Fighting, Fatal Fury, Samurai Showdown, all these wonderful games.
There she is. That's who I was talking about. What's her name? Leon. I'm spacing out on her name. Leona, I think is her name. I'm spacing out on it. But yeah, Shermie, and Leona, I was right. Okay, I was right. Thank you. But yeah, Leona, Shermie, and Vanessa were my triple threats. Because damn, they look good. And damn, did they play good too. They were really fun to play. Oh, man. KOF's got some lookers. They got some really good lookers in this franchise.
That Neo Geo was putting out.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. Back to back. Love it. Hold on.
All these wonderful games that Neo Geo
See, King David knows what I'm... King David knows what's up.
listen, Metal Slug from everything. My Neo Geo is rocking. I still love Magician Lord to this day. But
Okay, what's next?
Shoulders above damn near all fighting games.
Yeah.
And it has to be in your top 10. It has to be in your top 3. If it isn't, then I kind of question how you play games. When I found out about Arc System Works.
Oh, Guilty Gear. Yep. Guilty Gear Strive's one of my favorite. Strive's definitely on one of my top 5 fighting games. Definitely top 5, without a shadow of a doubt. I love that game so much. I remember that was one of the reasons why I have the PS4 that I got, was because I wanted to play all the different like PlayStation games that were on sale at the time, but I also wanted to play Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 and Strive. Would you look at that? Yeah. Strive, I would love to stream. That would be awesome. I'm probably going to start doing... I would love to do more fighting game type streams. That would be fun, I think. I think that'd be really fun. We'll see where it goes. It's definitely an idea for sure. But yeah, Strive, yeah, I love it. The soundtrack kicks ass. It's one of my favorite soundtracks.
And this is an honorable mention. So this isn't a number 2.
Oh, it's not a number 2?
Found out about
it's not a number 2. Okay, fair enough. Still, it's in my voice. You guys can have the women on the fighting games, but I call dibs on Mummy, Thunder Thighs, Emma Frost from Marvel Rivals. Well, guess what? You got some competition. Alex has been eyeing on him. Alex has been eyeing on her lately.
Works.
Okay.
I realized that they were...
Yeah. Arc System Works is gas.
Guilty Gear and Guilty Gear Strive.
Yeah.
Definitely is the creme de la creme.
Yep.
But it just didn't make the list.
Fair enough.
I remember like it was yesterday.
Street Fighter? Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Street Fighter, you can't do a fighting game franchise without Ice Squirrel Girl. No, actually, recently it's Angela. But yeah, you can't have a fighting game list without Street Fighter. You just can't. It's one of the most influential franchises in the fighting game genre right now. Street Fighter 6 is really good too. I've been meaning to replay it because I still want to do that video with my best friend, because we want to do more fighting game related reviews because we're huge into fighting games. Huge. Guile is a reference to a JoJo character? Really? Nice.
Playing fighting
I won't spend too much on this video. I was just wanting to see what his picks are. And then I'll give you guys a link if you want to watch it in full. Venom has more than all of them? Yeesh.
If it's not number 1 or number 2 on your list, I don't know what you call yourself as a gamer. But me, it's definitely number 2.
That's fair.
Now, before we get to number 1, I just really have to mention probably one of my most anticipated fighting games that was absolute trash when I got it. Now, I got to give a shout out to Naughty Dog for being the producers of the game, the developers of the game.
Really?
They got the game out.
Check the amps? Okay. Oh, Von Stroheim. Yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about now. That makes sense. Yeah, makes sense.
It came to my 3DO console. It was called Way of the Warrior. This was when Mortal Kombat was tearing it up in the streets, and the digitized graphics set it apart. Well, Way of the Warrior came with higher res, more colors, and it was digitized as well. Well,
Never heard of it.
that doesn't make for a great game. Now, the problem with the 3DO
Was too expensive. The 3DO was too expensive. I guess so. He had a 3DO? I guess so. I'm just now finding this out.
well, the only version. The problem with Way of the Warrior was the controls. The controls was absolute bad.
Oh my
well,
gosh.
the game was bad. But it was so bad.
He was one of the 5 people that had one,
horribly
probably.
good. And the controls was terrible. Well, you have to go and video got Street Fighter. Probably.
Oh,
the best.
yeah, definitely a Mortal Kombat clone. For sure. Yep. Yep. Yep, that makes sense to me. Yep. Okay, what's the number one?
So,
I'm curious.
further ado, can't believe how terrible this game was. Now, without further ado,
Yeah.
there can only be one,
Yeah.
and that one is a legendary series.
Yeah. Marvel vs. Capcom. I thought so. Yeah, makes sense to me. I think if I remember correctly, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was my first fighting game that I've ever played. And I loved every moment of it. So I totally get it. And then I played Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And then and Marvel Infinite I braved through even though it was a complete disappointment. Marvel vs. Capcom is a franchise I feel like that should have been treated. I feel like it should have been treated far better than it is right now. It's really upsetting. Like, the Capcom Fighting Collection is really good. I'm very happy that it exists. But, damn, man. No Tekken? I guess not. I guess not. Because he's got Sam Show. That's right. He put Sam Show above Tekken. Huh. MVCI and Beyond mod is 20 times better. I figured. Yeah, because Maximilian Dude made it. Yeah. Okay. I see it. I see the vision.
Cap, what do you want? I want to know from you guys. And tell me if I'm wrong on this fighting game list. Now, remember, these are 2D fighters. I'm going to
Oh, there's the Warden. There's the Warden from For Honor.
do a
There we
3D
are.
fighters.
That was I was a Knights main playing that game. I would like to revisit that game one day. I was a knight. I was all Knights. All of it.
These are my top 5 2D fighters. I know a lot of you guys is going to be mad out there with Guilty Gear. But again,
Yeah, Guilty Gear technically was an honorable mention as well. Tekken 3 was the GOAT. Yeah, I'm sure. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we got a general gist. So I'm going to link his video here. If you want to give him a shout out, if you want to show him some love in this video, that would be greatly appreciated. King David's the GOAT. I love him. I'm glad I was able to have my interactions with him before. I've been meaning to talk with him more and more. I just haven't had the time. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Real quick. For Honor ruined me? Why? Was it just... Hang on. Where this video keeps disappearing. There we go. Before we get to the main conversation, you know we have to do it. You know we have to do it. We gotta have a Harmon video somehow. And this one I'm super curious on it. About how apparently Valve has ruined or has failed PC gaming. I am so curious on this because we have a big topic after all of this. I just kind of wanted to get this out of the way because I'm sure not everybody wants to end on a Harmon video. Just the newest character is just broken. Okay. Fair. Oh, who's the new character? I forgot. It's been a while. I haven't kept tabs on the series lately. Also, that pause is just wild. That pause is wild. Oh, man. I can't wait. All right. Okay, let's do this. I normally didn't think I would get into Salt content, but here we are talking about Harmon Smith. I wish I had the like extension. He looks derpy AF. Yeah, he does. All right, let's do this.
Over the course of my long and successful career...
Holy shit, he's actually opened both of his eyes. Wait a minute.
Over the course of...
Holy shit, he has both of his eyes open, and one of them doesn't look like it's lazy-eyed or closed. You know what, guys? Count your blessings. It's like a fencer, but she has an auto-dodge mechanic. Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, no, dude. Yeah, like, guys, count your blessings. He's actually looks like he's got functioning eyeballs. Why are we watching the troglodyte? Because I said so. Also, hi, Power Boss. That was on the list. What the fuck is this camera angle? I don't know. No, not okay. It's ass. Tend to wonder if people sub to him just to dislike his channel, but I can be wrong. I'm sure he's got some detractors. Just like how Phil has his detractors as well. If you watch his shorts, they're always open. Really? Okay. So, like, does he just have weird intervals where he closes one of them? Weird. Jen says hi. Hi, Jen. Hope you're doing all right. Always good to hear from you.
Of my long and successful career on YouTube, I have proven that PC gaming is...
Also, what the hell is up with this hair, dude? You got a mop top, dude. Like, look, I'm not good when it comes to hair myself, right? I'm not, but at least I can keep it at the very least kept. You know, I'm losing hair is going on, but I blame genetics on that one, you know? Because damn, if I ever got that much, bro's looking like Napoleon Dynamite. He looks like a fat version of Napoleon Dynamite. Oh man.
Failing, that Valve's on the way out, and that Gabe Newell is probably one of the biggest frauds in the industry. Like,
I'm so curious to think what he has to say on that. Because as far as I'm concerned, any of the videos that has him talking about how Valve is a fraud or how, like, Gabe Newell's a fraud, he doesn't really do a good job at explaining exactly why. I don't think. All it is that he says that he buys yachts or whatever the hell it may be.
He is, to a lot of people, kind of the Lord and Savior of Western AAA gaming. You know,
It is.
This is the guy who was supposed to usher in PC gaming into Japan. This is the guy who was supposed to destroy consoles.
His camera's having a seizure. He doesn't know if the camera doesn't know if it wants to move its hand, like if it wants to move where his hand is or where his head is. Probably could be the fat fingers. Probably could be the fat fingers. He barely explains anything, he claims. No, he doesn't explain much at all, really.
This was the guy who was supposed to be this, you know, make Walmart for gaming, essentially.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's rich. That's rich. That's okay. The Walmart for gaming. So, I don't know exactly how I'm going to respond to that opinion, because that's just the most wild claim, because Walmart's game catalog is not that big. It's not. Also, when did Gabe ever say he wanted to close consoles using Steam? I don't know. I don't think he's ever said that, really, as far as I know. But in terms of the claim that Walmart has way less games than Steam does. Way less. Like, if you go to the electronics section, it's like 2 or 3 aisles max. And then movies, honestly, I think dominate. I think movies, there's more movies in the Walmart that I go to than there are games. You know? And they're slowly going down. Like, I noticed the aisles slowly go down more and more. I think the only one that isn't going down slowly, oddly enough, is Nintendo. I think if I remember right. So, the Walmart, like, for it to be the Walmart for gaming, it would have to be. Have a good day. I'm going to bed. Hey, have a good one, Angry Vigilante. It's always a pleasure to see you, dude. Sleep well. Always a pleasure. You can come around anytime whenever I'm streaming. I won't be streaming much all of next week because I'm leaving for SoCal to go to the Game Awards, but always a pleasure to see you. Okay. But yeah, for the claim of Walmart, of it to be the Walmart for gaming, for that to be true, it would have to have a lot more games. I remember I remodeled my Walmart and I built the games for my section. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm over at the I work over in the automotive section. I could tell you how to steal from the locked cases. Ooh. Nah, you don't need to do that. But yeah, I work in the automotive section, and every now and then I look at the games section, and good lord, like the amount of games that are there is slowly decreasing. Slowly but surely.
You know, that was Gabe Newell's big contribution, is that, like, I created a digital storefront, yeah, and you didn't make anything, you didn't produce anything, you are a dipshit who lives on a yacht, okay?
I love how he always constantly says that he lives on a yacht. That's funny. That's funny. Well, most people don't buy physical. They just don't. They don't, unfortunately. That's the unfortunate part, is just people don't buy physically anymore. That's the only sad part, I think. And in terms of what he says by he doesn't make anything, honestly, it's not 100% false, because how long did it take for them to make Half-Life Alyx? I think. How long has it been since, like, they were able to make a fully fledged game? Because for whatever reason, as the memes are, they can't count to 3. I went to my own Walmart and took pictures. Wow. Wild.
You are the very picture of everything wrong with game devs and everything wrong with this.
Yeah, Steam was the first digital storefront. So it was, and it still continues to be the best one aside from GOG. 4 years to develop? I thought so.
Industry. Someone like Shigeru Miyamoto produced content for decades, all of which far surpassed.
All of which are very hit or miss depending on one you're looking at. Oh, it wasn't Steam wasn't? What was the first digital storefront? Guess that Expedition 33 video is never happening. It is, Dungeon. Don't worry, it is. Don't worry. M-Player? Oh, okay. Okay.
Anything you did, okay? I talked a lot about, like, how Gabe Newell is a fraud and how the Church of Steam is just a complete cope, how your religion is a lie, and how you...
I love it. The Church of Steam. Praise be to Lord Gaben. The Church of Steam, Rorschach. Oh, that's great. I love it. Now the Church of Kojima, on the other hand, yeah, that's unbreakable. Anybody who's converted to the Church of Kojima are just stuck there forever. I haven't been converted to the Church of Kojima just yet, but eventually I might. Who knows? Oh, man. Okay.
You need to face the facts, how you need to accept that Gabe is not God, is not a god, and that...
You're right. There's only one God, and he doesn't dress like Gabe Newell. Coming from someone who goes to the Church of Nintendo, yeah. Yeah. I was going to make a joke there, but I'm not going to. I'm going to behave. I'm going to behave. Oh, Oh, the joke I was gonna make was so bad. Oh no. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm gonna behave. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. With that comment. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Call to Nintendo. I'm just gonna move on.
Gaming is has grown and evolved without his influence. That this guy.
That's not 100% false either. Like, gaming has been, well, I wouldn't say it's evolved. It's kind of it depends on where you go. In terms of the AAA space, it's definitely declining for sure, I think, because of the over-reliance of so many different factors. It's definitely on the decline in certain areas, but if you're looking at like the indie scene or maybe like the AA scene, I've noticed a sharp increase in terms of those. At least for me. Also that pause though. Hey Ottendo, how you doing, dude? Dude, that pause is crazy. Is my pause game... I wouldn't say it's on fleek because I haven't done stuff like this, but oh man, I love it.
This land whale has never contributed anything to gaming whatsoever. I've talked a lot about all of that, but it's time to talk about the future, because how exactly is
One of the problems with AAA is too many hands in the cookie jar. Yep, 100%.
the lie going to collapse? You know, when exactly are we all just going to acknowledge that PC gaming has completely failed and that it's not really going to go anywhere? Like,
We'll start acknowledging that when it actually happens. Until then, there's nothing that we can do. If it actually happens, which I doubt it will, because PC gaming is only getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it like, let me, hold on. How many players, if I can type, does Steam have? If I can type, good lord. Let's see. Hang on. $40 million peak online. Yeah, that it's not going away anytime soon, man. Players to yeah, 40 million. And it's still going, so I don't see Valve going away anytime soon. 34 online currently. Yeah, 34 million online currently. Yep. Absolutely.
what point are we going to acknowledge that it's too expensive, that it's...
I love the complaints about yeah, the pause. Okay, hang on. I gotta do it. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna shrink this down. Hang on. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. Da-da-da. Okay, I put that image in memes channel. Have fun. I put it in the memes channel in Gara's Discord. Have fun. Too expensive in what regard? You can start playing on PC with a $150 used laptop from 2016. Yeah, that's how I used to. That's what I used to have. I used to have a laptop that would barely run Five Nights at Freddy's. Barely. That's how I started out many years, like decades ago. And this PC I have right now, it's a hand-me-down from Gara. So, I mean, and it's probably like what, $1,000? It's not bad. Yeah. And then even then, hang on. I just realized what's down here. You literally can start with this. You literally can just start with this, and it's at best you can get like a very cheap one for like what? $300? This is a good way to start. My dad uses it every now and then. He's getting into PC gaming now because of this. Steam Deck is a huge, huge deal. Or at least in my opinion, it's a big point. Put it back on the charger. There we go. Okay. So, there are plenty of ways that you can get into PC gaming. Even more so with the Steam machine that's going to be coming out. The Steam machine is going to be coming out, and that's going to even continue. That's going to broaden the gap even further, I think. Depending if it's fairly priced. You know, if it's fairly priced.
Unreliable, that it's just a complete disaster. Like, I think anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together has already realized that. Like,
nah, those brain cells aren't rubbing them together, man. It's not. I don't think it's working. Stupid joke. Stupid joke.
It's not complicated to see that, like, buying a video game console with Grand Theft Auto.
Oh my lord, those fingers. Bro. Dude, look at those sausages. Holy. I don't think his half of a brain cell could rub against anything. Hey, Lois, how you doing, dude? Dude, look at those fingers. I don't think my fingers are that big. Look at that. My fingers are not that bad. Yeah. They're about normally sized. I did not... And I'm a big man, okay? I'm overweight. You know? Okay? And I don't have fingers that big, dude. Check DMs? Okay. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yep. Let's see. Okay.
Auto 6 is cheaper and more affordable than video game console. With Grand Theft Auto 6 is cheaper and more affordable than building a high-end gaming PC with a bunch of older titles. Okay.
It seems like a large majority, I love how the go-to for most console guys is that they really heavily rely on GTA 6 to make or break said platform, I think. It's so weird. I don't know why they rely on it so much. I don't care much for GTA 6 personally. But good lord, the reactions to it are gonna is just wild. Also, another good pause right there. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'll let that sit for a moment. If you guys want a screenshot of that, you can. I gave you one for free. The rest is up to you. Let's forget paying for multiplayer, right, Harmon? Absolutely, yeah. I don't need to worry about paying for online a second time. When it came to PC. I wanted GTA 6 until the second delay. All my anticipation is gone now. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could totally see why people would think that. It's a shame, too, because, yeah. I don't know. I guess. I just never cared for GTA as a whole. Or Rockstar games in general. You know? So, that's just me.
Like, if you went ahead and built a high...
I have PC games for early 2000 that can play on my PC. You can't play NES games on a Switch. Nowhere to put the cartridge. I generally forgive 1 delay. 2 delays equals something's wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the same thing. Didn't that happen with Cyberpunk?
High-end gaming PC for Grand Theft Auto 6, like, it's not even going to get a day 1 release. Like, you are...
Okay. I don't need to worry about that. Here, let's see what games I have on my Steam right now, shall we? Let's see. What am I playing right now? Let's have a look. I'm more than okay with sharing this. Night Rain. I played a shit ton of that. I recently just got this, actually. I recently just got Arkham Origins, Cyberpunk, Turbo Overkill, Megabonk, Dishonored, Strider, Tower Unite, Valkyria Chronicles 4 and 1, 1 and 4, Mortals of Avium, Hogwarts Legacy, Dead Space Remake, Halo the Master Chief Collection, Peak, It Takes Two, Devil May Cry, RoboCop Rogue City. Like, I have plenty of games. I still need to finish Black Myth Wukong. I still need to finish that. Chronos, Darkwood, Expedition 33. Hey, Zombie Killer, how you doing? All the Doom games. I still got to do my Doom. I still got to finish my Doom marathon. I'm slowly building back my PSN library. Just few I can think of is not a PC. Oh, this is another game. Like, I have so many different games that I can just play. I don't need to worry about GTA 6. I don't need to worry about it. Never have, never will. In fact, there's probably a lot more games I could probably get right now. Let's see. There's a lot more that I can get right now if I really wanted to. So, I don't need to worry about GTA 6. At least not for a long while. At least. Sorry, I was answering a DM. Yeah, GTA. That's the thing I'm trying to get at, is that GTA is not the end all be all. It never was. For whatever reason, it's just people, and especially normies nowadays, they completely hyped up this game to be bigger than it ever was. And again, another good pause.
Getting a console. Like, that's just the reality of it. They are the exact same thing, but more affordable. And everyone always copes like, well, like, we have the Steam sales and we have older games. Like, hey.
Yeah. Steam sales. Yeah. Steam sales are the GOAT, man. Especially with the Black Friday deals. Ooh. Like I said, again. Like, look all that. Hold on. Let's look at the deals we have. Look at the deals what we got now. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, For Honor's on sale for $4.50. I'm going to keep that in mind. Steam sales are peak even at Christmas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Expedition 33 is on sale again. I might pick this up too. Cosmic Invasions I played on Game Pass. Really good game. Great game. Let's see. Oh, Atomic Heart's on sale. Super Hot VR. Neon Abyss 2. Ooh, Far Cry 3 is on sale too. Yeah, even E33 on GOG. GTA has been hyped to all hell and back, when in reality, most modern Rockstar games are mid. I haven't played them, so I can't say. Oh, Total War Warhammer. Lots of Steam sales, man. Absolutely. Oh, is this the bad Deus Ex remaster? Oh, it's made by Aspyr. That's right. Noted. Okay. But yeah, that's... Yeah. It's fascinating. So... yeah, and you get it? Just play the original? Okay.
Genius. Like, who in the world has the time to play?
Oh. Oh, the mic cut out. Oh, no. Oh, no, the mic cut out during his tirade.
Much time it takes to get through, like, a lot of these older RPGs, you know? Like, it took me 50 hours to get through Tales of Symphonia. It's taking me, like...
Tales of Symphonia. I think if I remember right, I think I have Tales of Berseria. Do I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, right here. I thought so. I thought I had it. Yeah. And I'm sure I could probably sink time into it. How is he this bad? Yeah, he's been doing it. He's been doing this for how long now, and he still hasn't gotten any better at it?
Like 55 to get through. I'm like 55 hours into the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You know.
Trepang 2 is a great game. Yeah, I love Trepang 2. I got it off Steam after I finished it on Xbox. I love Trepang 2.
I'm like 25 hours into Kirby Air Riders. You know, like
25 hours into Kirby Air Riders? Wild. Wild.
it takes a lot of time to play any of the good games on that come out.
His brain broke there.
And the trend I notice with PC gamers is that they tend to like buy a bunch of games on sales and then like never really touch them at all. And if they do, it's some like meme game that they can stream or talk about. Like it's kind of remarkable whenever you see like say Review Tech USA's play history on Steam. Like
I don't care about Reviews at USA. Next.
like that guy doesn't play anything, you know? Like whenever you see like his play log like get leaked, it's like 700 hours in Elden Ring, and apparently
Damn, he's got more hours than I do. I've only got 200 hours into Elden Ring back when I played it on my Xbox. I only have 200 hours. Damn. Okay, Rich. All right. Hold on. Let me do something here real quick. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I think that looks better.
that was because he just left it on the title screen for that amount of time. Like a lot of these guys don't play games. Like the idea behind PC gaming, the appeal of it is kind of like presenting yourself as being above like typical console players, but in
We are.
actuality, like they're kind of they're sophists, you know. They are
Sophists? Is this Harmon trying to say bigger words to sound smart? Paid teacher of philosophy and rhetoric in ancient Greece, associated in popular thought with moral skepticism and specious speeches. So he's just saying shit that he doesn't know about. Got it. Good to know.
are complete plebs who just want to position themselves as being better than the average gamer, but in reality don't have the first the slight.
He's calling us skeptics. Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I mean, with how gaming is right now, don't we have a right to be skeptics? I'm especially skeptical with the games that come out, for sure. So.
Slightest clue about what's actually come out, you know, like so many of them are seething about like the Switch 2, which is still not been cracked and is still not emulatable. Like
it will be, because people like you and Nintendo in general continue to underestimate PC gamers again. So it's gonna get cracked. And here's my thing, right? My best friend is big into Nintendo, and he bought a Switch 2 day one. Am I gonna like shit talk him for it? No, because that's his preference, right? That's his preference. I'm not gonna like. I'll make jokes, right? I'll make jokes and I'll criticize Nintendo as much as I always have, but if he wants to spend as much hours as he do, because he's right now, if as we speak, I think he's probably trying to 100% Metroid Prime 4 right now. Guaranteed he is. In fact, here, I'm going to DM him right now and see if he is. Give me a minute. Hang on. Because I know him like the back of my hand. I know him. If he's going to spend hours upon hours trying to finish any Metroid game that he gets his hands on. Fun fact, he's mentioned it before, but when he played Metroid Dread a while back, when I first met him, he told me he 100% or sped run Metroid Dread about 90 plus times. That's how dedicated he is. And I appreciate that dedication. Me and Delta bought Switch 2s and no one is going to be giving us shit about it. Absolutely not, because that's your choice, you know? That's your choice. Does he want to see my hours in these Xenoblade games? Come on, Harmon, you don't want to see that? I'm sure it's in the thousands.
It's remarkable to me, like how many of these people tried
I do need to get
out
back into New
and
Vegas.
tried to call the Switch too overpriced and the game's too expensive when PC in and of itself is already too expensive. And now we're seeing a lot of prominent people in the PC gamer space, you know, people like Grums, like grifters of that nature, like they are acknowledging that the price of PC parts is going up. So no.
Isn't that because of the AI investing? Or am I don't know much about that story. But isn't that because of most of like the AI investing? Or am I wrong? Look at my hours in Persona 3 and 4 before you tell me I'm not playing games. Exactly. Aren't you still 100%ing the game, lady? Aren't you still 100%ing 4 currently? I could be wrong. You've mentioned it before, so I was curious.
More of this coping that like, well, you can buy the best parts on sale on Good Egg and you can build a PC.
You probably could. I would know about. I'll admit I'm not big on like PC parts as much as the next guy. You're on Persona 5? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought so.
PC that's more powerful than a console at half the price. Like that was never true, and
they probably could. I'm sure there are people out there that absolutely could. If I remember right, Gara watched a video about how somebody made a video about they were trying to create their own version of a Steam machine, and they had a weaker GPU than what the Steam machine's going to have, and it runs games at like 60, if I remember right. I think Gara reacted to that video. I'll have to get back to him about that. But it's possible. I think people underestimate just how tech savvy most PC gamers are, because a large chunk of them guaranteed know the ins and outs of that kind of shit. Alex especially, I think, is like the first that comes to mind. So
that's going to become even less true as the price of parts goes up. You know, that is going to be the trend. And specifically, what's going to end up happening is that people are going to become more and more aware of the downsides of PC gaming. Okay, people are going to notice more and more that there are plenty of
good lord, again, those sausage fingers, goodness,
console exclusives that never come to PC. You know, I already brought up Grand Theft Auto 6 as an example, but
GTA 6 will eventually come to PC. Eventually. Will I care? Probably not. But that's 100% gonna happen. So I don't get your inherent obsession with GTA 6. The finger looks crossed. Yeah, it does.
You know, Unicorn Overlord and a lot of other Vanillaware games.
You can just emulate Unicorn Overlord.
Are another good example, and of course you have Nintendo exclusives like there's.
You can also emulate those on PC.
Plenty of reasons to own a Nintendo console over a PC. Right.
And what's even funnier about him using GTA 6 is that he thinks it's gonna go to the Switch 2. It's not. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you think that GTA 6 is gonna come out on the Switch 2, you're a fucking idiot. Straight up, you're a fucking idiot. All these console gremlins push GTA, which is a third-party game. That's even funnier. It's not even like a big exclusive or anything. It's a big third-party, which kind of proves the point about how third parties or like just games that go everywhere usually are a better idea.
More and more people are going to...
Fallout 4 struggles on Switch 2. I have no doubt about that. Blast earlier has been talking about how AC Shadows is garbage on the Switch 2, which, I mean, AC Shadows isn't that good of a game from what I can tell to begin with, so that's not really much of a high bar to clear. The bar's in hell at that point.
Start realizing that, and eventually more and more people are going to realize that they are indeed wasting their time messing around with Steam, because Steam does not offer a better experience than consoles. Like, everyone insists it does. Everyone insists this is some like glorious thing that's so far beyond consoles, that's so much better than that.
Can't confirm that it is ass. Oh yeah, I would I would know. Uh oh man. Man, remind me to give you a hug. I hate that you had to go through that game. That's wild.
And it's just some remarkable thing. It's not. Like, the simple fact of the matter is, Steam is something that is
I'm swear that that new camera he has is gonna give me a seizure. You're grinding in it right now. Oh, poor girl. Oh man, that sucks.
propped up by people who don't know the first thing about consoles, who don't understand how much more affordable they are, and just
Everybody knows how everybody knows how affordable consoles are or used to be. They used to be extremely affordable, but now when it comes to stuff like the PS5 Pro, it's starting to become more expensive. And especially when the Switch 2 announced their prices, consoles are coming. He acts. Here's what's killing me. He acts like only PC parts are gonna go higher. He doesn't. I don't think he fully realizes that consoles are gonna go higher as well eventually, as the market continues to push more into AI and shit. I think that's one thing I don't think he realizes yet, but that's just me anyway.
how much better the games are. And once the cat is out of the bag,
PS5 or the Pro was costing $700. Complaints that PC is expensive. Meanwhile, there's the Switch 2 games prices. Yep. I would never play a Bethesda game on console after I experienced the glory of Skyrim on PS3. Oh man, Skyrim on PS3, was it that bad? Not just consoles, TVs, cars, most electronics, yeah. Yeah.
once console gamers realize the reality of PC gaming, we are going to see more and more people clowning on them and making fun of them. How many people have we seen on my comment section trying to hype up Fortnite? Like, Fortnite.
Okay, well, let's check your comments right now. Save some copium for the Black Ops 7 fans. That's awesome. I love that. I love that comment. B+. That's great. Yeah, most of these don't mention anything about what he's mentioning, what he's trying to talk about. Okay.
Fortnite was bigger than Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Like, no, it wasn't. Fortnite is a dying fad. 20 years from now, no.
I'm curious on this, actually. Hang on. Lol, what a schizo. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. 2 million current players currently. Doesn't sound like a dying platform to me. Look, I dislike Fortnite. I don't care much for Fortnite as much as the next guy. But even I know that the game is still incredibly popular to this day. Trying to compare Smash Bros. Ultimate to Fortnite is laughable, in my opinion.
No one's going to remember Fortnite even happened. It's the Temple Run of its time. Whereas Smash Bros.
Temple Run. Holy, what a throwback.
And Nintendo as a whole will keep getting more and more popular. Like, it's really difficult, I think, to gauge the popularity of media like this, because we've been seeing this a lot in gaming, where people insist that, like, Grand Theft Auto is the biggest thing in gaming, and meanwhile, Mario Kart Wii outsold GTA 4.
Okay, now I'm curious on this. We sold over 37 million. GTA 4 sales. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I was curious on that. I wasn't for sure on that. All right.
That's not something anybody wants to talk about or address because it runs so contrary to the narrative. But the simple fact of the matter is Nintendo's method of building a brand and building an identity is better than that of the entire PC gaming industry.
And yet GTA 5 has outsold every Mario Kart game by itself. Yep. That's something he don't want to talk about. That's something he doesn't want to talk about, but we all know what it is.
That's just the reality of it. And so what you're going to see is that you're going to see more and more of these third parties. They're going to become like more and more greedy. Okay, they're going to start getting acquired by other companies, and they're going to start scamming people. You know, they're going to start like putting in like all these microtransactions, all this DLC.
If they were going to do that, they would have done so by now. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't think GTA has tried it yet. I could be wrong. I haven't, like I said, I haven't touched the franchise. But if they were to get that greedy, they would have done so by now. Right now, gaming seems to focus more on like trying to rely on AI. We saw this with Black Ops 7. We saw that like they're trying to sell AI generated content to us and thinking that we're just gonna take it, but we're not. That's just how it is, you know.
They're gonna like start raising the prices on their Steam games. Like you're gonna see all.
Why would they raise the prices of? Wait, I don't think they've raised the prices of games ever. I don't think that's never been a thing.
All this happened, okay? And what you're gonna see is that like once Gabe Newell dies, the company will immediately go public. Shareholders will start pushing to raise prices, and you're going to see Steam become more and more and more of a counterintuitive, unusable product that is in no way superior to consoles. Like that's what you're.
But that's something that we don't know will actually happen. And I don't think banking on somebody to die just so for it to be true is the best play. But then again, I'm not Harmon Smith, so I don't know. If it happens, it happens, and we'll push back. Because here's the thing. Here's the difference between Steam players and the console warriors. We push back. We actually push back, and it works in our favor more often than not. There have been times where it hasn't, but that's just how it is. We're actually able to criticize. You can't. Because I remember the amount of videos that you made talking about how Metroid Prime 4 looks bad and all this shit, and then you turn around and start praising the hell out of the game. You said, I think one Impressions video, you said that it was better than DK Bonanza, which was already your game of the year. So, what happened? What happened? So, yeah, your logic there just makes about as much sense as the story in American Evil.
You're going to see is that you're going to see prices for Steam just keep going up with no real regard for the consumer base or what people actually are willing to.
Grifter's going to grift, absolutely. Yup. Absolutely. And in terms of if we're talking about companies raising their prices, let's talk about your company, shall we? Shall we? Your company started the $80 price tag. Granted, there have been rumors that Xbox was going to do the same thing, but Nintendo was the one that hit that shot first when it came to that shit. So if we're talking about people raising game prices, your company's doing that. The company you go for has been doing that. And there also talks about variable pricing. That's just another way for them to scam you. That's just how it is, you know?
Pay for, which, of course, being PC gamers is nothing because they just pirate everything. So, essentially what you're going to see is...
GTA was going for $100. I heard about that. All right, made up my mind. Going to continue Berserk Deluxe Book 2. So be in the Shadow Realm. All right, have fun, Dragonborn. Valve only sets prices on their products. Publishers set the game prices. Yep.
That's the funny thing about this, you know, like the entire cult revolves around Gabe specifically. Never mind that he doesn't own like PC gaming as a whole. Never mind that
He might as well. If it's not GOG, Steam's the only one that people go to, really. Nobody cares about the Epic Game Store. Nobody even touches the Ubisoft one. People throw Battle.net all the way down the trash bin. I haven't used Battle.net since my Overwatch 2 days. Back when I was playing Overwatch 2 a lot. I have not touched Battle.net since then. I never had to. I never needed to. He really thinks PC gamers pirate everything? Well, I'm not a pirate myself. I don't plan to be, as far as I know. But that's neither here nor there.
Valve is eventually going to go public. You know, never mind that, like, you know, like the illusion has been...
Battle.net is the... Battle.net is the storefront or the app that Blizzard uses.
The bubble has been burst a long time ago. Like, oh, as long as we have Gabe, this 60-year-old man will be fine. Like, no.
He doesn't know that Valve's going to go public. He doesn't know that. He's banking on that to happen. That's the difference.
Like, you are in a very, very poor position indeed. The instant Gabe is out of the picture, you are going to see Valve run into the ground the same way that PlayStation and Xbox were. You know, without Nintendo producing the PlayStation, you know, Sony completely dropped the ball and failed with every single one of their console generations. Like every...
What? Okay, I'm just confused there. What the fuck are you talking about? The PS2 was a massive success, wasn't it? I know 3 kind of, like, what are you talking about there? And the PS4, didn't it sell gangbusters as well? Okay.
Single one. You know, the Nintendo PlayStation was the closest they've...
PS2 is the best-selling console of all time. I thought so. I knew I wasn't crazy. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, I was replying to a DM from Alex.
Ever been to actually being successful.
I don't have crippling ADHD, I promise.
And they immediately dropped the ball when they went independent, when Nintendo kicked them to the curb and they had to produce the machine on their own.
Okay, buddy.
Xbox has been run into the ground by diversity hires and Indians.
Okay. Oh. Brother. Oh, okay. That's not... I did not expect that. Wait, let's hear that again.
Like, Xbox has been run into the ground by diversity hires and Indians.
Damn. Wow. Holy. Oh, man.
And now we're seeing, like, the same thing happen to Valve. You know, like, and like, that's the funny thing about this. Like, how many people genuinely seem to believe that Valve is somehow immune to, like, woke nonsense and that it's somehow, like, the most based developer in the industry, when in reality...
Okay, I am so curious to hear what he has to say here.
I would argue it probably is the most woke, you know?
How? Explain.
Like, I believe wokeness is, like, engraved in Valve's corporate structure.
I'm so curious.
The only reason it hasn't become prevalent, like, Valve legit... Okay, so if you don't know, Valve is...
His camera is having a seizure. He's like, the camera is just like, where are you going, buddy? I'm never getting a camera like that. The camera, imagine if I did my entire streams just like this. It's fucking irritating.
structured where like Gabe Newell controls everything, and then like everyone else is like kind of equal.
Yeah, no. Valve works on a flat structure. They don't have CEOs at the top. They all work their own. Don't they all work their own like specific? Like they don't have anybody else at the top. That's how flat structures work, isn't it? Because I remember there was like talks about that.
Like there are no supervisors. People work on their own independent projects. They're just kind of like they're just kind of tasked to do whatever they want. Like it's a commune essentially. Like Gabe Newell has a
Oh, he's trying to say that they're communists. That makes sense now. That makes sense now. He's trying to say that they're communists without actually saying they're communists.
essentially created this communist utopia.
Yep, there it is. Called it. There it is.
Like cut off from the rest of the gaming industry, where
The most head ass logic ever. Yep, absolutely.
people just don't really do anything. They sit around all day and like just I don't know, update the Steam page.
Okay.
Like when Gabe goes, when there's no corporate head to keep all these people in check, like it is going to become like it is just going to collapse in and of itself, and very, 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 very quickly. You are going to see a complete and total collapse of Valve, and it's going to lead.
Yeah, probably when I turn 90. That's how far out there you're trying to reach, dude. James and the Giant Reach over here, bro.
To just the complete downfall of PC gaming, because after all, without Steam, what exactly is there to be excited about when it comes to PC gaming?
Or we're all dead,
You're
yeah.
not gonna go to GOG. You're not gonna go to like.
I do need to make a GOG account. Thanks, Harmon, for reminding me that. I do need to get more games off GOG. I heard GOG is really good.
The Epic Game Store, like.
Yeah, I'm not touching the Epic Game Store. I despise Epic Games. I hate them for what they did to one of my favorite games that have come out in recent memory. They sabotage Alan Wake 2, and it pisses me off, man.
What you're gonna see is just the last shred of credibility that PC gaming has just completely go up in smoke. You know.
I guess, well, I mean, again, we don't know for sure, so we'll see.
Like, when Gabe goes, the entire narrative that Valve is some beacon of hope for the industry will collapse with it. The simple fact of the matter is, Valve is a nobody. You know, they are not a major
Of a nobody that you always keep bringing up.
console player. They have never done anything meaningful for gaming. You know, they are propped up entirely by non-gamers, streamers who obsess over them constantly in order to gain some ounce of credit.
So you just described yourself. Like, to a T. You're literally doing exactly what you're... That's exactly what you're doing. And you don't act like... And you act like you're not a streamer? Hold on. And you act like you're not a streamer? Buddy. You stream you stream almost every day. Sometimes twice in one day. Buddy. You're a streamer. You're a content creator, buddy. No matter how much you try to, like, distance yourself from that realm... You're a content creator. So you try to tell yourself this, but I see hours upon hours of you just streaming shit. So, and on top of that, you keep pumping videos sometimes 4 times a day. You are literally just describing yourself.
Credibility. Like, Valve is a complete joke. And really does need to be thought of more as everything wrong with the gaming space. Valve sucks, and it is high time that we in the gaming community acknowledge it.
Never. Can never get enough of Stroke Face. Can never get enough of Stroke Face. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go again. I gotta use the boys' room. I'm going to use the man's room, so I'll be right back. I'm going to have this playing in the back while I do so. And then we're going to get to the big one. I saved this for last because I feel like it's going to take the most of my time. So, All right. I shall be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, let's do this. All right. We got to talk about it. Okay. So, let's have a look here. More recently, one of the most popular VTubers out there right now, Zentreya, she recently debuted a military-styled debut for her latest model. Let me get the model pulled up here. And I'll just let you guys have... I guess I'll let you guys have a look at it. This is the model design, for the most part. I'd say it looks pretty neat, right? It's very nice. Very badass looking, too. I like the added fur on top of that. Boing. Yeah, I like how it looks. So, what do y'all think on it? Keep in mind the words. Keep in mind with your answer. It's cool. Okay. Well, apparently, for the last couple of days, according to social media, apparently, I'd rock it. Yeah. Apparently, this uniform equates to Nazism. For some fucking reason. Why? I don't know. But this, for whatever reason, this design has caused so much drama over the last few, week or so. Of course I'm doing more VTuber things, yeah. Yeah, apparently that design equates to Nazism. Why? I guess we'll find out. So I found these videos by a YouTuber by the name of Twitch Scrubbing. And I figured we could... because people are terminally online, exactly. According to who? Well, you're about to find out. So let's give it a watch, and then we'll go from there.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video. I'm doing a second video on this because I've just been seeing this up on the Twitter sphere and I kind of didn't really want to go make a comment on it because I feel like it's just probably the dumbest drama ever. But right now, people up on Twitter are trying to go and cancel Zentreya, one of like the most popular VTubers out there, for, I'm not exaggerating, I'm almost speechless on it, for being a Nazi. Now, for some odd reason, I have never seen and heard that word utilized so much ever since I walked into the VTubing sphere.
It's definitely become frighteningly more common as of late. It's dangerously becoming common. I have no idea why, but I have never seen such a word. It has no meaning anymore. It absolutely doesn't. I have never seen such a misused word since, I think, probably woke is one of them. Another one is probably like back when people were doing, like back when the Me Too movement was a thing, I think that's I think it's been a long time since I've seen somebody completely misuse a word into the ground. It's so strange to me. And we'll get to more of it as we go along.
And most of the time, even though I love so much and so many awesome creators and viewers and community behind it all, most of the time I open up the door and like I swing it open and I just see like so much fighting back and forth for the stupidest, strangest things ever. And I just want to shut the door. But for now, I'm going to go and open up the door a little tiny bit to go and say that I'm sure you guys can probably tell because I think I am mostly rationally minded. I don't think that Zentreya is a Nazi.
No, any normal human being would think she's not. Any normal human being. I only started watching her like 1-2 years ago. And I think I think the last couple of years has been very eye-opening in terms of how hostile the VTubing community can be. Like, there's plenty of great creators that I found on there. Plenty of them. I still find, like, the amount that I follow on Twitch right now, I could count, like, are in the double digits. There's plenty of good people. But good lord, with just how many good people there are plenty of infighting that clashes within itself. It is so weird. It is, like, while it's also, at times it can be the nicest community you'll probably ever come across, but in other spheres, it is like the most toxic and violent subsection of the internet that I have ever come across. Not since the drama community, like back when I was in the since my commentary community days, have I seen something so hostile. It is so weird. Now, it's not all bad, obviously, but we'll get into it.
And I think a lot of people in the whole VTubing sphere would also agree, but there's just been a lot of drama. She even had to go and like apologize for it all. We're going to show the statements, talk about the pictures. You guys can give your thoughts down below, but I'm pretty sure most people would agree with me on this one. And it just is a lot. Like, this is just, sometimes the VTubing drama to me gets crazy and I've barely been here. So if you guys want to, feel free to subscribe if you guys want. If not, no worries. And give me your thoughts and comments down below. You can totally disagree with me. Just make sure you're not like, you know, doing...
Oh, okay. I do want to give a disclaimer, obviously. As we're going in and talking about the people that are involved in the drama, I'm going to reinstate what I said back when I was covering the Cinder drama. Don't go out and harass any of the people involved, obviously. Don't go and do that, because if I catch you, we're going to have problems, first of all. Okay? We're just going to... I'm just going to nip that in the bud real quick. Secondly, originally I was going to be more objective with this entire ordeal, but with how this entire drama has unfolded, I can't help but feel that I can't help but feel like this is literally just a dogpiling attempt at one of the biggest creators out in the VTuber sphere right now. That's what this whole drama feels like. It feels like nothing more than a giant pylon against one of the most well-known content creators because they think they could be able to get away with it. Because they think they can be able to accomplish it. They think by taking down one of the biggest creators on the platform right now that they could get some sort of W out of it. I love VTubers like Gura, Zen, Samba, Henya, and Filian. I know all except one. Think about scaling. One scale is good people and the other is dumb people. Yep, pretty much.
Some crazy stuff in the comment section, whatever. I think most people would agree with me. So let's go talk about this. So if you guys have missed this big drama, as most VTubers do, you have like re-debuts, you make new outfits, you try to make things fresh and new and exciting for everyone.
And that is expensive as shit. Like, just the standard model is like about 3 to 5 grand max. Oh, you mean Saba, Devastator. You mean Saba. Saba's great. Yeah, I love her.
And then Zentreya, who I do want to say I've seen a lot of good things. They seem to follow so many people. They respond.
I know my good buddy of mine, Sean, he has a massive heart-on for Zentreya. So I try to send him like tweets that she did like this. It's great.
The people, they visit people's streams, and it seems like they have a very welcoming, nice, overall good community, like a good vibe. Like, I actually give a big thumbs up on Zentreya. I think there's a lot of really cool
absolutely
content
does.
ideas that they also push as well. Like, they are a good content creator. But as you guys can see, they had a brand new model that got debuted, and it's a little bit more on like the military end, a little bit more like general vibes, you know, like not like general, like generally, just like an actual general, like think like a military general. And people were trying to go and kind of compare this all. Let me give you guys more of the proper outfit too as well. I think
yeah, this is the official outfit. I think it looks awesome. I love the fur on the side. Oh, and then see, there's one of the here. See, there's one of the comments. It says, "Great. So when are we talking about the significance of the armband you removed?" This is where the comparisons start to come in. I love it.
VTuber designed the outfit for the General Zentreya, and basically we're happy that they had the debut. And let me give you guys the full pictures on it.
Yeah, there it is. There's
now,
a better
there was
image.
a few things that did have, and this is kind of like the drama, I guess, to kind of give you guys the vibe of it all. But there was a few stranger things, such as armbands that were on the arm that did eventually get removed. And people were kind of using parallels with that, you know, back in like the 1940s. I should probably just use that term so I don't get demonetized on YouTube. You know, back in the 1940s, there were definitely some people wearing outfits, and sometimes armbands and things were integral to it all. And that's where this kind of stemmed on out. Now, I don't want to say they don't have a point, I guess. But it kind of just seems so overblown.
Well, the original design, Death Shadow, it used to have an armband. Apparently.
Doesn't fit the character of Zentreya. They've always been very supportive of everyone, and it is like just a military design, you know, like
that's the thing. Anybody who isn't living under a rock would know how big of an impact Zentreya is. She's always been kind of somebody who's been incredibly supportive of everybody around her. She always comes across as the person who would value the safety of others more than anything else. I think there's a clip out there that says at the end of it all, she doesn't want fame or money or anything like that. She just wants to make sure that you're good and that you're staying safe. Above all else.
It's going to have some strange militaristic designs no matter what, if you're into this genre. But I think the outfit itself just seems cool. Like, I think I like the vibe of this all.
Same.
I don't know, it just looks cool. Like, I like a lot. I mean, do you guys care if you guys want my opinion? I don't know. I like the gloves. I think it looks cool. I love the parallels. You know, like, you have the two different color corresponds in this one. I love, like, the cool cape scars. It looks like a genuinely cool design. Sorry, it's a little bit blurry.
Most military dress uniforms have armbands. Yep.
But like, I think it's cool. I think I approve of it all. I like it. But obviously not everyone was happy with it. You know, like, not many people are happy with it. So I'm just going to kind of show some things up here in the overall general Twitter sphere.
Oh, and that's another key factor you guys are going to notice. Every single person that has been going after, that's going after her, almost every single one of them have a blue sky. Every single one of them. Guaranteed, almost every single one of them has a blue sky. I'm like, of course they do, every time.
People on Blue Sky trying to cancel Zentreya for her outfit, and all I can just say is the skull emoji, basically just my same expression, just going.
And then hold on, let me go back. Let me read this. Would you look at that? Another big VTuber turns out to be a Nazi. Oh my lord. This blog will mainly talk about Nazism and will contain links to Nazi imagery and information. I want to clarify that I do not support Nazism or fascism or oppression. This is for education and awareness only. What, like, again, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, like, the Attack on Titan days when it was still being aired, where people were trying to conflate Attack on Titan and its messaging and whatnot to Nazi propaganda. That's what it reminds me of. That's what this reminds me of, is that they were trying to equate Attack on Titan, the confrontation between the two different factions in the series and all that. They try to conflate it to Nazi Germany and how this group of person represents the Jews or whatever. And it is the dumbest thing. It was the dumbest thing I saw when it came out. Well, Attack on Titan, the characters are... No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not German. As an AOT fan, that was so funny. Yeah, Zombie, you remember that shit? How you doing, man? Yeah, but they're not... Yeah. Let me... Fans. Hold on, we're AOT. I'm looking this up. Give me a second. They aren't literally German, Rorschach.
You can just say is the skull emoji, basically just my same expression, just going, really?
Yep. I fully am.
Really?
I agree with that.
I'm so glad I'm not active on that site, because what is this article that's made over there? And people are literally making massive articles saying, would you look at that? Another big VTuber turns into someone who supports the 1940s. And then notice this blog will be talking about this crazy stuff. Will contain links to imagery and stuff. I'm just trying to use the word for YouTube. I'm not sure if I'll get yelled at or not. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much.
I mean, it's showing up on the screen anyway. Not really. Not much people are going to care.
I don't really make much money on here, and I just do it for fun. But, like, people are... Like, if there's a military vibe, then just because you do something militarist...
And also, another thing to point out... Like... And I want to point out the red and black color scheme, that has always been Zentreya's color scheme. Always has been. So, to try to say that it's equivalent to Nazi is, again, also really stupid, because the red and black and white color scheme has always been a part of Zentreya's repertoire. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's have a look. Like her two main models, you got red, black, green, and then red, black here again. That's always been a massive, big color scheme of hers.
Or like you're a general, lieutenant, commander, whatever, which I have seen floating around in the VTubing sphere. It doesn't always mean that you're someone who...
Zentreya has a more military dommy mommy vibe with that outfit. Yeah, that's clearly what she was going for. Anybody with anybody with like two brain cells to rub together that isn't completely terminally online would know this. Any of them would know this.
Has a mustache, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, what is this? What is this? It just doesn't seem like this is the vibe. This doesn't seem like this the character they are, and it seems like people are really pushing this just for attention. It really seems like they're just trying to find something to latch onto for Zentreya, who has been, at least everything I've seen as just an onlooker, seems like a good person. Like, seems like someone who is supporting people and has a good community, and it just seems...
What about the Empire and the First Order in Star Wars? Well, I think there is some allegories there every now and then. I think there is, but that's... Again, that's neither here nor there, so I can't really say on that.
Like, they're just good. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with them. But
is it weird I want to see Philly in that outfit type? I'm sure she can pull it off.
Crazy amount of hate from just people that are just trying to maybe get attention or just forming the hate side. Because sometimes just people will just not like VTubers. So then you get those people who just don't like VTubers and they're like, yeah, this person sucks. Or they just don't like their content. They got banned in their Twitch chat, whatever, you know? And I just don't think this fits their vibe. So this actually was happened over here too, that this is, I think, Zentreya's actual response to this all. And was just over.
Here we go.
Like, first and foremost, they made this tweet just saying, this is just so stupid.
It is, because it is. It's so stupid. It's literally the most nonsensical. It's the most nonsensical. It is the most nothing burger drama that I have ever come across in my life, because this literally is just a bunch of people trying to dunk on one person because they think that they can be the moral high ground. Are we just gonna overlook the fact that Giga had an army general when she joined VShojo, if nobody batted an eye? Exactly. Yeah. In fact, tons of other VTubers have had military designs before. Let's take another example of a VTuber that's had that. Oh, that's not a good picture. That's better. Trying to find a better picture. There we go. Okay, open image. Matar Khan, she also had a military outfit design. Nobody batted an eye there. Like, look at that. I think that's really cool, but yeah, it's, let's see, Fallen. And then another big example, Shondo. That's another perfect example. They do that. They have a design like that all the time. They had an idea like that a while back, and nobody batted an eye. And she was the one that actually made Hitler jokes once. It was hilarious. Nobody batted an eye then because it was Shondo, and Shondo's always kind of been skirting around the lines then. So why are people so upset with Zen doing it now? Why was Zen? I don't understand it. But I guess we'll keep going. When you have Blue Sky users ever shown brain activity, they'd meet at least one brain cell first. Yeah.
And I would agree. Like, you even see that this is one of my favorite emojis. It's just me. In a nutshell. I agree. And then here's their actual response.
All right, let's all right. So he's gonna pull, if I remember right, he's gonna pull a few clips here and there regarding this. So we're gonna go ahead and have a listen to it.
Yes.
I also want to make this clear. I'm on no political side. I don't agree with Nazism.
That's all you need. Like, I mean, like, that's all.
Yeah, that's literally all you need. Yeah.
It's crazy that, like, these hate mobs can make people even have to address this stuff, or it gets so overblown. Like, this to me is weird. Like, it's weirdo behavior for everyone who's hating on Zentreya for kind of God knows why. Like, what is up with this, dude?
I will definitely say I am against it.
Good. I think most people already knew that you were.
It's ugly.
Yes. Just like making articles and spamming them on Blue Sky, trying to just get like a iota of attention towards something that's not like a real problem. Like the general of it, like the 1940s.
And that's what's killing me, is that this is literally a non-issue. It's literally somebody trying to make it an issue.
There is some stuff that was wrong there, yes. But for a VTuber having like a little military outfit, which I think looks really cool and really well made, I actually truly like this. It's a good design. This is a non-issue. Like, this is someone who's should have so much good grace in the VTubing community. You also have to have that second background thought, thinking like, would they ever even do this willingly? Like, do you really want to throw away like so much of your career and supporters and fans for just doing something like this?
Yeah, well, in any content creation sphere, we've seen people get taken out or canceled for far worse shit. So I do think it's possible, but in the case with Zentreya, it's definitely not the case here, because throughout her entire career, she doesn't come across as somebody who would want to sabotage or outright do some abhorrent shit just because she thinks she can get away with it. That's what makes this entire situation so stupid, is that they're trying to make it seem like Zentreya had done something like that. And that's what's so annoying, because it's not rooted in logic, it's not rooted in common sense, it's not rooted in anything like that. It's literally just a bunch of people trying to either get an own or try to or just try to make something out of, like, literally the term that I've seen is literally making mountain out of molehills. That's what it is. I've seen a few military VTuber models based on Tanya and from Tanya the Evil because they love the series. Tanya the Evil. I don't think I've heard of that. Hang on. I'm gonna check if that's. Hold on. Tanya. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Excuse me.
No, like that's just not the vibe of what Zentreya's ever been. And I've never watched their content. I've just seen them have like tweets and people excited about them, and it just seems like they're a good person. Like it almost feels weird that this almost feels like a slight hot take. I mean, I'm like afraid to make a video like this. It really shouldn't be, but I mean, I think this is fine. Like what?
Crazy to talk to call me a Nazi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's crazy to call my community Nazis.
Yes.
Hey, Anonymous. How you doing, man?
Yes. Like, yes. What else does he even say? I would hope most people agree with this.
That is genuinely not. That blows my mind.
It's blowing my mind too that we even have to, like, I'm making a video on this. Like, what on earth is going on in the VTubing sphere?
That's actually crazy to me.
I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck Nazis.
Like, like
The fact that she even had to come out and say something like that is just that. It speaks more about the people that are trying to go after her than it does her, because the fact that she even tried to. Hope I'm well. I'm all right. The fact that she even had to come out and say it is just so. It's sad, really, because they really have like nothing better to do with their lives, because they're all twiddling around in their keyboards because they have pretty much nothing else better to do, and or they want to ride off the fame of going after a big creator.
yes.
That's the only way this makes sense to me.
What's going on in the VTubing world, man, sometimes? Like, what's going on here, dude? The more drama I cover over here, the more I'm just question marking everything. And now, obviously, a lot of people in the sphere are kind of agreeing with this, because, like I said, Zentreya's had, like, a big, I guess, like, just good reputation. Like, they're just seem like a good person. And this is from Vite Ramen saying, hey, I haven't got a single DM over here on any account in regards to it. Like, people, like, not trying to escalate it, which is great. Because they don't want their life ruined over weird stuff like this. But they're just like, hey, just vouch, and like, if there's something really wrong, they'll get flooded with messages. Not pretty much, you only ever saw this just because it was handily mentioned somewhere, and like, you had to actively go looking out to figure out what was going on, which is good. Although this has gotten like a lot widespread since then. You know, Zentreya had addressed it on the stream. She's made tweets about it. Like, this tweet itself has 150,000 views. So the whole situation spread out a lot more, you know, as more people were discussing about it, seeing articles on it and stuff. It ramped up. It ramped up a lot more. So I'm not trying to go and be like, oh my god, let's go bring more attention on it. I'm also trying to be like, it's getting even bigger somehow. Let's not. Like, let's not. And so a lot of people, seems like these people who are trying to call them out seem like clout chasing.
It absolutely is clout chasing. That's exactly what this is. That's the only way any of this makes sense to me, because no functioning human being would try to do what they're trying to accomplish. No functioning human being. Unless if they are just... I think the phrase that's being used currently is the term too woke. And I hate that word. I hate using that word. That's the term, is that I think people have just gone too woke, quote unquote. I'm using it in big asterisks because like I said, I hate that phrase. But that's the best way to describe it. People are like too deep... they're too head deep into the culture war and I'm sure a lot of it is probably from some fears of potential Nazis ruling the country or whatnot, but I maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but it doesn't excuse just the abhorrent attempt at trying to go after somebody who, as far as I'm concerned, has done very little wrong. First off, aside from maybe one or two occasions, which were easily like resolved within a minute, or it could just be, ultimately, in my opinion, it just could be jealousy, that they wanted to ride off the fame of, they wanted to be as big as her and then take someone else down with them. climb the corporate ladder, if you will. That's the only way I can see this making any sort of sense whatsoever. Because the shit that people would say was absolutely abhorrent.
You know, like just to be mean, just to try to get attention and get the reaction from Zentreya. And I kind of agree on that. You know, like, it just doesn't make sense. And even other people out here are like, this needs to change. Like,
oh, let's read this. Let's read this. I swear this needs to change about the VTuber space. I see so many people jump on the train of calling Zentreya a Nazi for having an outfit. She has never spouted Nazi rhetoric, never promoted it, and there are so many creators trying to attack Zen over this. And for what? Your 20 seconds of fame? Some clout? An extra $2.50 for your Twitter Blue payout? Yeah, and that's another thing, is that a large chunk of them are like, I have a blue check mark, I have an opinion, and whatnot. So, that's another thing. Zentreya has been an amazing inspirational creator in this space, and if any of you watched her streams or her content, you'd know that she is the farthest thing from a Nazi. All y'all throwing around these accusations just because. Is it just that much easier to jump on the hate hive mind before thinking twice about what is being said? Yep. Honestly, that's the thing, is that it's the internet is ruled so much by negativity nowadays that it's kind of hard to come across. It's hard to come across anybody who's genuine out there nowadays. Grifter's got a grift. That's a base defender. I've seen Cynical around more recently. She seems to be pretty fun. And sure, this is a horrible situation that is thankfully blowing over soon, and I'm so glad Zen is standing strong with this. However, this definitely isn't the first time this has happened, where someone got hated on over a nothing burger and everyone jumps to them to get on the trend. Yeah.
Cynical over here.
We've seen that. We've seen this over the course of this entire year. 2025 has been terrible for VTubers. Between Niji Sanji having their fuck ups, and then if it's not that, like a bunch of people are graduating as well from graduating is a basically they're quitting streaming and whatnot. That's basically what it is. We've seen so many creators get piled on for very little that they did wrong. We've seen so many, and now we're seeing so many just baseless accusations just thrown at people who frankly don't deserve it. And I'm not gonna like glaze Zen completely, because who knows, maybe something could have happened in the past that we don't know about, right? There could be something that she did that we don't know about. Who knows? But we only have just what we have here now to go off of. And if there was something, then we would know. But there isn't, as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah.
Change about the VTubing space. I see so many people jump on the train of calling Zentreya a 1940s supporter for having an outfit.
I love that.
With this all. Like, look at this. Like, Zentreya's been an amazing and inspirational creator, and I've seen so many people mirror the same mindset. And I would agree on this. Like, they seem good. Like, they're setting trends. They're doing something unique. Like, it's cool. And if any of you have watched her streams or her content, you know that she's the farthest thing from being a 1940s supporter. All while y'all throwing around these accusations just because. Is it because that is so much easier to jump on the hate hive mind?
Think I'm good for tonight. Got good reading in. Good.
Before
nice.
Even thinking twice before it's even being said. And this is horrible, and this will probably be blown over like by tomorrow, by like 3 days from now, for sure.
It didn't. It didn't. For whatever reason, it just kept going because more people kept piling on.
Because it's been already addressed, and people are already kind of rolling their eyes and like saying it. Even right now, I'm like, what is this? Well, hopefully this is going to be done, because this has happened before, and even I've seen this before. Like, someone just
Frankly, any close friend of Zen that has known her has gone towards defending and supporting her, which was great.
It's on a hate train for no reason, and then, like, they don't know the context or what's going on. And it's just stupid. They're like, go outside, get a grip, and I agree with this 100%.
Yep.
And now there are still some people out here, too, like, no, don't send any hate towards this person. That's why I did more on, like, the end of this video. They're allowed to have their thoughts, but it's like a little strange. They're basically saying, I'm not hating on her. You're just disappointed and surprised, and, you know, has some of these comments like over.
Oh, Vox, this is one of the people that started it. This is one of the people that started the shit. Vox is one of the few people that started the whole drama. She or they, whoever they are. I don't know who they are. Apologies if I mispronounced. But they are some of the people that started with this entire ordeal. They're the one of the people that started it. And if I remember correctly, yeah, they also did a they recently did one last document just to like bury the hatchet and move on, but all they did was just triple down or double down on what they were already saying, so it kind of just means nothing.
Over here, you guys can kind of see this, or it's like showing the outfits and designs and everything. You know, it is a little...
That, like, this is the most terminally online autistic bullshit that I have ever seen. If you genuinely can't see the similarities here, you need to get your eyes checked. Dude, come on. Seriously.
They're even saying, like, there's no lack of accountability and stuff on here, too, as well. Like, they already said sorry. They already addressed on their stream. They already, like...
Yeah, they've already addressed it. What more do you want?
They already know it's all moved on. So it just is weird, too, because people are just trying to go and have them get hate on regardless. And even a zippy person, like, has been blocked. And they're like, well...
Oh, gee. You start doing baseless accusations and then wonder why you get blocked.
Like, I'm not surprised at all. Like,
similarities are one thing, show proof. Exactly. Like, show proof of her spewing Nazi rhetoric. Show her proof of that. Show us proof of that. If you don't have it, then shut up. Simple as that.
Obviously, please don't say anything mean to these people. It's just for the sake of the video and, like, giving more context. So there's a few other posts that were like this as well. But, like, it's just, like, just chill. Like, let people earn their reputation. Let people, you know, be good people and kind of, like, let them be able to go and speak in their own behalf. And Zentreya...
Yeah, even we don't do this to Harmon. We make jokes about how potentially he's a neo-Nazi pedo. And we make jokes about it all the time, but even I wouldn't wish that on him. Personally, I wouldn't. Personally. So, like, I don't get it.
Already addressed it. They moved on. The situation should be good, but I can't believe that this even was allowed in the VTubing sphere. And this is crazy. So give me your thoughts and comments and everything down below if you guys would like. I hope most people would agree on me.
Well done, first video. Okay. Now... there was a follow-up. Harmon brings it upon himself with his own tweets. Yeah, he does. That's his own fault. Yeah, I agree with that. I completely agree with that, for sure. Oh, this was another person who was involved in the conversation. Says here, Angel indie VTuber here to make the world happier, and continues to, like, spew this garbage. Ah, another fantastic day of filtering the internet's garbage out of my timeline. Nazi fetishization is bad, okay? Gotta love when an e-whore thinks they have moral superiority over you. They do, because when you're making baseless accusations like that, and then claiming to be all about happiness and positivity, nobody's gonna believe you. Nobody's gonna believe you. Period. That's just how it is. Oh, here we go. Oh, here's one of the replies. Oh, this is one of the replies that this person put in. Roku. Pippa's great. Yeah, Pippa's great. Nobody called her a Nazi. They said the outfit looked a little too close for comfort, and she proceeded to dig in her heels and insist that it had to stay exactly the same. No, that is not what happened. They blatantly called her a Nazi. There have been people that blatantly have called her a Nazi. So why are we just straight up lying now? There are whole blue sky articles dedicated to saying how it's Nazi looking. When she realized there was going to be real consequences for dying on this hill, she made a big... And then, of course, she tweeted this out. And then a huge chunk of her fans all are getting... like, a lot of her close friends and other friends in general, they've all just been very supportive towards her, and it's great to see. It's actually really great to see. So many people. So, I loved that. I loved seeing that. Shows that there's a glimmer of hope in this world. You know? So, okay. And then the last video we're going to get onto is from this one. And it's a follow-up because, of course, the drama kept going. Because, admittedly, Zentreya did kind of constantly respond over and over to the claims about her being a Nazi. So, we're going to, real quick, because I think she did make a couple of replies as well. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, it was replies, okay. Let's see here. Let's keep going down. That's a great art. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, and then she just kept responding over and over. Yeah. It's genuinely sad. And everybody's like, "Oh, she's having a like a hissy fit," when all she's doing is defending herself because people are making baseless accusations off nothing. It's sad. And then we're going to read this tweet and then we'll call it there. So, let's go ahead and do this video as well.
Hello everyone, we have another update on this big Zentreya situation that shouldn't even be a big thing in the first place, but we covered this on the channel maybe like 3 or so days ago. If you guys missed it, I'll try to summarize it really quickly as we get to the brand new information. But Zentreya has just been getting under fire, attacked, harassed by a lot of different VTubers and artists and just people in the VTubing sphere for kind of seemingly no reason. Now, for lack of better terms, because I never know like what I can and cannot say on YouTube, I'm just going to refer to people who were in power in Germany in like the 1930s and 40s, in like the
I don't care. They can go after me for all I care. I said what I said. It's all stupid. Anyway, so
40s lovers. I hope you guys can connect the dots on that one. And people are basically comparing Zentreya to those people, especially with the brand new design that just got debuted on out. And it's just been it's been a headache for them. And I feel really bad about it. So we're going to discuss like kind of like what sparked stuff even more and just the, I guess, response of it all. Now, I do want to say high level in this situation, I'm more of a like supporting a Zentreya. Like, I think the big picture is you can have different types of designs. And I don't know, like if you do like military stuff, you're like a general, a lieutenant, etc. It's just a genre that's happened forever. Like, you can see this in VTubers, you can see it in anime, designs. It is what it is. It's just normal stuff. But for some odd reason, Zentreya, maybe due to popularity, maybe due to...
I think it's absolutely due to popularity, personally. Because if this was the case, if nobody could have military designs, no VTuber would have it up for more than a day.
I don't know, just probably just clout, whatever it might be, is under a huge microscope when they clearly just do not want it. They are condoning everything. Let's go talk about it. Subscribe if you guys are new, or leave a like or your thoughts down below. Totally okay if you guys disagree on me. So to give you guys the really quick recap over here, there was articles, and the fact that there's even a recap article, for some odd reason though, it's on sportskeeda.com.
Sportskeeda.com? That's wild. So it's reached mainstream.
I have no idea. Is this like a sneak? Like,
fascinating.
Have like the NFL, NBA, soccer, and tennis, and the NCAAF, and then for some odd reason you also have the VTubers Zentreya controversy being explained on this random article for God knows why. But anyway, to give you guys the quick summary, I mean, I can also just watch my video, but whatever. There's basically this streamer, VTuber Zentreya, who a lot of people like. I like them. They seem like a good person. Went viral because they had a brand new military uniform, and on November 27th, they officially like revealed it all, and people thought it was really cool. I still think it's cool, but people started calling it problematic. There was a few content creators that were calling them out, like little small VTubers, and basically saying it was gross, it was disgusting, it was a 1940s replica, it's a horrible just vibe. It's like promoting horrible stuff. It's getting worse from this even as of today, but people were basically saying it was like, it's like Zentreya basically grew a mustache overnight. It's not good. And like you can see, problematic for more than any one detail, but some of it all, the placeholder is just really bad vibes. Death is a similar like symbiote of it all, with the hat as being way too...
Oh, here we go. I knew it. We were making jokes before I did the stream. My friends and I, we were making jokes because Akame ga Kill is one of my favorite series, right? Akame ga Kill is one of my favorite animes I've watched. It's how my best friend and I were able to connect. And one of the things... I can grow a mustache overnight, though. But one of the things I remembered was that one of the characters, General Esdeath, looked way... Like, with the way how she's designed, if that were... Exactly, we were literally slandering Mommy Esdeath. Exactly, yeah, like... Here. Let me... I'm going to be careful because... Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, as you can tell, it's very... Like, a lot of people... If it came out today, a lot of people would be saying the exact same shit. It's so tiresome, dude. It's so tiresome. We love Esdeath in this house. Whoops. Yeah, because we were talking about how, like, if Akame ga Kill came out today, a lot of people would be calling it Nazism as well.
Similar to the Reich Eagle Red, the black and white color choice, like banners like the Third Reich had. Like, just a lot.
Hey, other people started doing it too, Rorschach. Don't blame me.
A lot of people are like, bro, you are literally a... Like, you're learning German as we speak. That's basically what these people were saying up online. And we covered that. We talked about it. I felt bad for Zentreya, but it got even worse. It somehow got even worse after all of that. A lot of that was like blue skies. There's a lot of like articles on...
Yeah, because people think that because they try to equate history with today that they think they have the moral high ground on this situation.
And I even responded to the tweet that I saw as of today.
Yeah, this is the tweet. Yeah.
And this is where Zentreya just says, I'm done.
Yeah, and apparently, like, this is what... Okay, this is where it kills me. This is where a large chunk of the people involved completely lose the moral high ground. When you start going after or harassing not only her, but her friends as well, you have no moral ground to high ground to stand on anymore. You don't. That's just not how it works. That's like, you can't claim... You can't claim moral superiority when you're going out and your audience or the people that you allowed to harass and brigade his audience, like her audience like that. Not only her audience, but her friends as well. Like, that's where you lose the moral high ground for me. That's where you lose it for me. There is no excuse to tolerate that kind of behavior. Even Zentreya, I don't think, has called for anybody to be harassed. Those who are trying to criticize her, as far as I'm concerned. As far as, like, responses go, I don't think she's called for anybody to be harassed. And let me bring up one of my tweets, actually. Let's take a look at one of my tweets that I talked about it as well. Hang on. Here's what because I remember I tweeted about it. Here we go. Here's what I said. I said, full blown, Zentreya's model situation is a textbook example of why you should never apologize to those who want nothing more. Hello, Charlotte. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Yourself? It's a textbook example of why you should never apologize to those who want nothing more than to tear you down. They don't care about doing the right thing. They just want those who they deemed as the enemy to be gone. And we should have fought back harder on people like this. Against people like this. And it's always blue sky users every time. Let me see. What's another good tweet that I had about it? Give me a second. How would a femboy Majin look in a military dress uniform of that style? I don't know, honestly. I don't know, actually. Where is it? I know I tweeted about it. Where is it? Here we go. Here's the big crux of the issue, right? If a VTuber as big as Zen can get in trouble for having a military aesthetic and is labeled a Nazi, then no other VTuber can have any kind of military aesthetic whatsoever. Because if you can't separate the outfit from the history, then no VTuber would have a military aesthetic. None. And I expect, and also I expect you two woke tubers, I'm calling them that now, to keep that same energy for when your Oshis do military designs. You won't, but it'd be interesting for you to try, you know? It's so stupid. And then you get more stuff like this, again for relevance. Like, I mean, where do I even begin with stupid shit like this? I mean, seriously. Seems like a pretty good stream to me. Thank you. And the fact that just that people are... They have literally nothing better to do with their lives and will go out of their way to take you down. That's also what I said as well. And it's just... The whole thing is just really sad. It's just dumb. None of it is necessary at all.
I'm just so tired. I just want to have an awesome end of the year. You know, like have this big debut and show off all these new cool things on their channel and, you know, everything from Zentreya. You know, just like excited. Like I get it. Like I've met so many VTubers who have put in so much effort and hard work into their stuff.
Arizona, Charlotte.
It's a lot of effort. Like even if you're a big content creator.
I won't say where because I'm not going to dox myself, but yeah.
People. I've been through so much and you kicked me when I was about to get back up. I tried to even fix things. I will go back and see what can be changed or if I can scrap the entire model. It's not.
That's the thing. She should have never bent the knee because once you bend the... That's my issue is that you should never have bent the... That's the one thing I think Zen did wrong is that she should have never bent the knee to the Twitter mob. Never. Because once you do that, they act like they have power over you. They think that they have control over what you say. They think that by taking you down, that by trying to call you out or educate people, that they can be able to have some sort of moral authority over a situation. So that's why whenever I come across these people, I pay no mind to them, nor do I bend the knee to them, because once you do that, that's where everything falls downhill, at least in my opinion. So.
Worth losing friends. I wasn't even losing any friends. Everyone was happy with me because they know me, but them getting harassed as well to where they are tired too, as well as many other people. It's just tiring. I am tired. I made a little tweet. It's kind of generic, but whatever. I was just like, I feel horrible with these annoying trolls when attack you for no reason. It's like mosquitoes, but at least mosquitoes have a purpose. That's just what I said. I kind of agree. Now, I think the idea of discussion most of the time should be good. Like, you shouldn't be afraid to discuss things. But Zentreya, on multiple instances...
I do agree. You should not be afraid to discuss things. Voice your opinion. Engage in discourse. Have a debate on certain topics. But when you're going out of your way to publicly go up against somebody who's clearly bigger, right? Who's clearly a bigger creator than you, and you're trying your damnedest to, like, get some sort of call out or own against them, that's where it kind of, to me, it doesn't feel like, at that point, that's just life ruination. And I don't vibe with life ruination. That's, like, you're deliberately, intentional or not, trying to ruin somebody's life because you think that you have the moral high ground on what's to be said. And once you start doing that, you're the monster. You're the piece of shit. You're the bully who needs to be knocked down a peg. Now, I'm not going to say anybody should go after you or whatnot, right? If any of the people involved in the situation, I'm asking nobody to harass them or berate them or anything like that. It's more just, it speaks to me of a lack of character or anything like that. It's annoying. It's frustrating because it happens all the time, and it's annoying.
Has been like, I am done with this. It's just a brand new design. It's just something I want to do. It kind of fits the military theme, you know, it is what it is. And I think the design is really cool.
It is.
But the big issue over here is that people,
Oh, here we go.
On this person. I think they had good intentions. I hope
They had good intentions in mind. They had good intentions in mind. This Podge person, oh my gosh, this dude. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get...
I think
This tweet was later deleted, so I'm kind of glad that I found this video. Just get some dope stuff for your channel to attract... I want to get more stuff in the future. I just don't have the money or funds for it right now, so it's not easy.
But like, it just keeps on bringing so much attention. Like this post right here has over about a 500,000 views, a lot of favorites. So it's not like people were completely against it. And I think they were mostly respectable. Like, I don't think this was like a big
Yeah,
drama,
I know what you mean,
but I'm
Charlotte.
trying to take this more in the idea of Zentreya. Like, imagine being Zentreya. Spend all this money and time and effort on a big debut. So I want to expand on this.
Okay, here we go. Here's the tweet. Yeah, that's...
Professional costume
Yeah, he's
designer
gonna
and
keep reading
maker,
it.
and I wanted to speak in this since the design dropped, but wasn't really sure on how until now. The main point I want to make is that even if your intention is not related to the symbolism of this all, that specific style of hat, the peak of the cap, the shape of the visor, the placement of the emblems, and uniform was purpose design of the SS, and it's going to invoke certain imagery whether you wanted to or not. Yes, we see these designs a lot in anime. It's because Japan has long held a close relationship with Germany over 120 years. You do the math. There's a huge problem with anime's fixation on this aesthetic too. There is actually animes that are similar in that, so I do actually support some of this, what they're saying. Like, I don't want to be anti this podcast or bring them
Charlotte, I appreciate it, but I'm not in the lookout for any of that stuff right now. At least right now. I'll let you know.
harm. I think just the big picture of this is just not the right time, not the right place for Zentreya. Now, maybe people, you guys might disagree or not. Let me know. I'm kind of leaning towards they already apologized, they moved on, they condemned it, they're not ready, they're moving on for.
To be honest, I think Pipkin Pippa handles these idiots the best. Oh, she absolutely does.
Right. Like, there's a little bits and pieces to it all like that, like you can see on both ends. And yes, I know a lot of the purpose, people find that particular design fashionable, but that too was the purpose. Hugo Boss designed these uniforms and was an active member of the party. Thought it was Cara Diablish who designed the all-black version. They were meant to be fashionable, striking, and attractive. That's how propaganda works. It's meant to draw you in, human functions, and how we draw associations, and there is no way to separate these design elements from the source, especially when they are closely tied to such a horrific event. I do urge you to look in the history of these garments and understand why. Even though you may mean no harm, these are not good design choices, and people will assume...
None of this means anything. This means genuinely nothing, because not everybody's going to care. Yes, Japan had this weird fixation with the design because they had a close relationship with Germany for that specific amount of time. Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, if you tie a design so much to the history, then, like, what's that? I don't know. To me, it just feels like it means genuinely nothing. It's just a cool design that Zen wanted to do. Who gives a shit? That's none of this means anything. Literally nothing. None of it. You can say that, oh, you can't separate the design from its history or whatever. You can't if you're terminally online and you try to look at this shit into it more than it needs to be. But that's the crux of the issue. None of this means anything. It's so stupid. It's literally, like I said, this is all just it's literally just an intimidation tactic. I genuinely believe this. I genuinely 100% believe this.
Associate you with the wrong things. It's burned into us through history, and you can't separate those symbols even if you have different ideas for them. The bottom line is you can't separate the design from its history, no matter how much you may want to. It doesn't make you a bad person or evil for liking the style, but you have to approach design with intelligence, research, and understanding that every design choice is intentional and conveys meanings, and maybe this specific style of uniform is better left off unused.
So, okay. So what you're telling me is that you're pretending that, oh, it doesn't make you a bad person, but it actually does make you a bad person because you have to approach it with these certain amount of things because it conveys meaning and whatnot. And Yeah.
Finish this
Okay.
by
Got
saying,
it.
I enjoy Zentreya. I think she's a great streamer and an incredibly lovely and caring individual. Honestly, a beacon in our community for what she's done for VTubing. Everyone makes mistakes. We don't always make the best choices, but it doesn't make her a monster for choosing the design elements she did. I do, however, wish she would have researched the look a little bit more before committing to it, and I do believe it's irresponsible to flaunt that imagery style while disregarding its origins just because you like the style. Please take a look at the following thread as well. It does a great job of outlining everything from historical standpoints. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Now, this is where I want to say this person did do it mostly respectfully, but there's a few issues with it if I want to analyze it a little bit, because it's kind of assuming like, hey, you're wrong. Like, the wording makes sense. Like, I can understand, like, it's well worded, well stated kind of ish, but there are a lot of these are like basically saying like you're a propagandist. It's like explaining the concept.
That's the thing. It's like none of what this person has said, none of what this person has said actually matters. He's trying to, the person is trying to inflate all this because that way it sounds like that they're trying to sound intelligent or they're trying to sound like they're trying to be considerate, but this is literally just them trying to mask, oh, you're actually a not great person because of the choices that you made with this style. Anybody with 2 brain cells to rub gives a damn about this look, or at least the focus of this look, because if we did, then nobody could have those kind of designs anymore. And I'm sure some of these designs probably date back before Nazi Germany. Guaranteed they probably did. I think Censored mentioned before that there's somebody that documented a huge chunk of the history of the design that was long before Nazi Germany. I think Censored mentioned it to me.
Of it all, they're urging them to do more history and like assuming like everything is like, you know, like we'll be associating this as well. Like, I get what they're saying, and there are things that resonate with me. Like, I understand the vibes, but like when you say stuff, we don't always make the best choices, you know,
it comes across as condescending in my opinion.
More before committing to it. It's irresponsible. Like, these are very,
it's constant fluff to make it sound, the person sounds like they're being condescending. At least that's what it comes across to me, and it's so stupid.
Backhanded compliments. It's basically like, hey, like, I think you're
it's
a good
very
content
backhanded.
creator, but
That's the phrase. It's backhanded statements. Backhanded. That's what it is. Backhanded statements.
Like, not the right time. So anyways, then Trey responded to some of this too as well, saying, I didn't know Nazis showed off their or had hip-length skirts, or had a cape with the fur, boots with the fur. The common German Nazi WL2 attire was gray, black being used by the SS with large overcoats and fully bodied clothing, no chains or gems, whatever it might be. And although this is like tame drama, it is like, I kind of lean a little bit on Zentreya for, like I keep saying, the big picture of it's just been going on for so many days. It just don't want to.
Yeah, that was my bird screaming.
At a certain point, like, what else can you do besides just having a new outfit? So I kind of sympathize with Zentreya in this one.
I don't know where Censored is. It's not a big deal.
I'm not falling blind ears to, but like I said, just imagine this has been multiple
days. Yeah, he is
trying to move on, and you already said sorry. You're already condemning it all. Like, and then like now your friends are getting attacked too. It can get too much. It really can get too much. So you have the German aesthetics to go blindly, saying I made a draft from their suits that's just irresponsible and also damaging to me. Aside from that note, many militaries have also had black issued military clothing throughout history. In fact, the SS also wore white as well. So you're going to punish VTubers who are wearing white uniforms or gray uniforms. Militaries all around the world still use black.
My family's downstairs. They'll know what's going on.
Labeling me as such or having inspiration or promoting is incredibly reaching and helpful, unbelievably disrespectful to myself and the people who worked hard on my fictional 2D.
And and Zen's 100% correct on that. Are we gonna punish? Like, the whole concept behind it is stupid and it's just dumb.
Model. And someone says, what do you mean we didn't call you a Nazi? Didn't mention anything regarding punishing you or anything else. They did, as it kind of maybe highlighted in those like comments. There's a lot of backhand comments on it all. Like, you know, you're not doing enough research. You should do better. You're such an inspiration, such a good person, but you're stupid. Like, it's just very backhanded, it seemed like. You know what I mean? And they're, you know, they're basically saying she
Yeah.
just made a comparison to Nazis in my outfit, so that's not calling me a, you know, 1940s enjoyer. And also kind of agree, praise goes out the window when I'm being compared and supposedly promoting and uniforms and ideals too as well. Some people are saying this is an L take, which, like I said, I think there is a few comments on this. Like, you know, maybe I guess, maybe, but I'm really leaning towards Zentreya. The only mistake I made was apologizing, apparently, because
Yep, that was her biggest mistake, was apologizing to these people. There was no point. They literally, they don't care, realistically. The people that are going off about stuff like this, they genuinely don't care about the creator. They don't care about you. They're wanting those who they deem as enemies to be removed. At least that's what it comes across to me, you know. And it's prevalent across the entire drama, and it's been like a week. Thankfully, it seems to look like it has died down. So, wait, is it accidentally showing DMs? Whoops, my bad. My bad. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Hang on. Whoops. Let me close this. There we go. My bad. I'll have to cut sections about that later. My bad. My bad.
What was even the point? And you can kind of just see that she just seems done. Like, people are now even still discussing this even more.
Dumb.
All these comments. And like I said, I don't think this came from, like, evil. I don't think this came from, like, bad vibes. And there are people who favored it too as well. Like, they are trying to keep it somewhat historical and discuss it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like the right time.
Getting Chinese
like,
tonight?
this is after
Nice.
someone's already done. They're saying they're done. They're on stream apologizing. Like, they don't know what even else to do. It's like the model's already done at this point. So they just, like, they're just lost.
Yeah, my pups
Like,
are
you see
moving
this, like,
around,
they're,
I'm
like,
sure.
Like, you just see Zentreya's response. They're just done. Like, they're just done. And they did apologize already. They did discuss this already. Everything they did.
Yeah, she did.
So it's, like, crazy because if this is all true, and Zentreya's, you know, companies or brands or friends are getting attacked from this all, it's not a vibe.
No, it's
Not a
not.
vibe. So I don't think this Podge person or people critiquing this as a design choice is necessarily wrong. But like I mentioned, it just seems like the wrong time, going a little bit too backhanded.
Yep.
And like, it's not really a learning experience. It's more of like, you messed up and you did things wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all, to me, the entire situation comes off as like a much to do about nothing, you know? Okay, and so now what we're going to do is we're just going to read this tweet, and then we'll finish up from there. So, okay, let's read this off. Being someone who is Jewish, I don't throw around Nazi or Nazism lightly. So if you're going to accuse someone of that, I'll be the first to call it out for or against. Absolutely. I agree. It's ridiculous. I don't get why it continues to happen. But let's see here. Let's read this. So it says, starting off this by saying, I believe it's time to move forward. I understand at times where I got heated. Most of it was coming from me defending myself from labels or comparisons. It felt like that to me. I have already seen an article and others have labeled me as such, which had put me on the defensive immediately, as it would anyone I would imagine, especially it being your brand being attacked. Did I go about it properly? No. And that's one thing I can say, is that she didn't go about it the way that she should have. But, so, let's see. I wear my emotions on my sleeve a lot, and it tends to get me in trouble. That's what I am known most for being in trouble with, just being emotional. I think at the end of the day, this issue spiraled way out of control for something that could have been aimed at actual Nazis. Absolutely, I agree. I was not comfortable with being compared to even put in the same sentence. I understand comparisons in education, but why was this not used on actual ones in our community? Yeah, because there's been people out there that actually wore Nazi designs. They actually wore Nazi designs. And so I don't get why they didn't get nearly as much flack. But why was this not used? Yeah. I do not align with that ideology. Any art or such that has been seen was artists' ideas that were taken from anime such as Azur Lane and Concole. Nothing was taken from inspiration from actual World War II clothing, and I feel good enough knowing that. And as such, I will continue to use it. Good. Absolutely good. Good. Keep it. Keep the design. Don't back down from that shit. So, I will perhaps navy blue or all red, but I understood where you were coming from. I saw both sides lashing out, crazy words being flung around. It's heartbreaking to me. Many things were said by both sides which I hope we can move past. And that with others who join in the community from this, I can show what kindness and... Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I had to get a text from my brother. My dog kept barking. I was just double checking what was going on. Okay, where was I? Okay. I can show kindness and love and compassion can do for ourselves. I get the anger, some of which came from outside of my community, and even hit my Gecko's community name. And for that, I am sorry to you Geckos affected. To both sides, some of who have demanded I do not apologize. I can't do that because I am an empathetic person who just wants people... what was going on? Oh, my dog, one of my dogs was just playing with the other one, and she was just getting loud about it. That's all it was. So we're good. It's okay. We're good. I can't do that. Regardless of it, it hurts me in the process, so you can hurl your insults at me, degrade me for showing this weakness, but I'd rather be hated for being too kind than be hated for being too heartless. I care about all of you, whether you hate me or not on my stance. I would rather you take it out on me and be happy and move on than to fight each other. This has been pushed too far, and I do not condone doxing or harassment. I am sorry for that. My community outside of X, which many creators know, are so loving and welcoming. And I hope you see that if you continue to stay. I am sorry for the distress I caused emotionally to so many of you, and the trouble this caused for others outside. I have already made a statement days ago after my heated moment. That is for you to find. I can give you only so much before I have nothing left to give, and I hope you see that what I have always presented to you all these years was who I am. I will be resuming stream tomorrow as I have charity to resume for Make-A-Wish Jingle Jam, and that is much more important to me right now. Thank you for reading this. P.S. Military outfits are fucking awesome, and thank you to the real ones for your services. And then also, because I don't want to reset everything, even with some references, the main references was a callback to my original 2019 design. Yep. There we go. So, honestly, that's the biggest crux of all of this, is that, let's see. That's what comes across to me about all of this, is that this is nothing more, this is literally just a much to do about nothing situation. At least in my opinion. That's what it comes across. And the fact that it was blown up for a good solid week is really annoying to hear. No, go review E33. I plan to. Don't worry. So, it's all just, I don't know. I find it upsetting. The whole situation, this literally could have just been solved if people were just not so terminally online with this shit. It's just sad. You know, it's sad. But, actually... We actually just, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I had for this stream. So let me do this real quick. Hang on. Wait. We're going to do this real quick. Okay, go to Stream Manager. Okay, so on Twitch, let me see here. I'm gonna see who I can find to raid on Twitch. Oh, good. Zen's live right now. You know, honestly, who better to close it out than to raid there? And I think, if I remember right, on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube, Madam Hellfire is streaming more of Assassin's Creed Shadows. So, if we want to show her some love there as well, that'd be great. So, I don't know how to rate on YouTube just yet, but I'll figure it out. So, okay. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this. This actually was a lot of fun. I actually had a good time doing this. I thought it was great. It was a good time. So, let's go ahead. I'm going to close you guys out. Need 1,000+ members. Maybe one day we'll get that many. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. You know. So, all right. I'm going to lead you guys off. We're going to go ahead and raid Zentreya on and see if it works on Twitch. See if it works there. And we'll go from there. So, and then if you guys want on YouTube, go ahead and show Horror and Hellfire some love. She's playing Assassin's Creed Shadows currently. And, yeah, that's pretty much all I have. So, thank you guys so much for joining me on this, and I shall catch you all in the next one. Peace.